so up high when you free your as eternal prize. Oh, oh,
The Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice. I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's gonna be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Okay, hey, what's going on? Okay, hi. Welcome. My name's Alan Cox. Thanks for being here on a Friday. Everything here's working for once. Of all days, ironically.
Right?
Say hi to Bill Squire. He's here too.
Hey, creepy hugs. Oh,
I'm sorry?
somebody had the so that it would do the fades. Like, watch, pull up the screen.
Pull up the screen?
Yeah, it was doing these. the gradient
the George
wipes.
Lucas wipes?
The wipes. We
Yeah.
want a hard cut.
I think Mary Santora is in there.
Hi, I'm
Hey,
here.
there she is. What does she look like today? Hey, look at that. She's yawning already. Dude, you know, come on, man.
It wasn't even audible. You couldn't even hear it.
This is why I have the screen.
synced it.
That's why I have the screen covered up. I don't ever have the video.
Yeah.
I don't want to see that. So I have it covered up by my phone screening software. And then I look over to Mary. I open up my screen. I go, oh, what's going on with Mary today? Full mouth, open yawn. Right in my face.
I don't understand what the problem is.
That Mary Santora, I'll tell you what.
Why am I not allowed to be tired?
You can be tired. I didn't
He
say
just
you
doesn't
weren't
wanna
allowed to
see
be
it.
tired. I don't want to see you yawning. I got to do a show, man. What's going on
My
over
yawning
here?
does not affect your
Hey,
show at
positive
all.
reinforcement.
It was silent.
If
I
you
saw
were
it.
in, if
But
you
he
saw
saw
somebody
it.
in the front row of your stand-up show yawning, what would you do?
Dude, they do. People fall asleep. People walk out. People die.
Fall asleep.
My shows are wild, dude. You don't know?
Fall asleep.
All the time.
Oh, all the time?
I'm a hypnotist now.
You know, that's magician adjacent.
No, it isn't.
No. So you're hypnotizing people with your act.
My jokes.
I would think you'd hypnotize them to laugh,
Nope.
not fall asleep.
Sleep.
Wants everybody else to
Wow.
laugh,
Right.
and they laugh at the sleeping person.
Right.
I
Gets
see.
it.
Boy, it's so intricate.
I know
No idea what was
I know
going
the
on.
biz. I know showbiz.
Well, yeah, so ironically, everything here at iHeart Cleveland was working today. I don't know how that happened because I'm getting texts from people that are sitting at Hopkins, stranded. Alan, I'm trying to get to Orlando and I'm listening to the show. All right, well, good luck. I don't know what any of the I was hitting my son up about this, and maybe he's involved with some arm of something because I haven't heard back from him, but that's the business he's in. Is cybersecurity and things like that. But this big Microsoft outage that I guess they said will probably take weeks to figure out, but most of these systems, I guess, are back online. But, you know, again, a lot of people are stuck at airports and things like that. And on a normal day here, something will go wrong. But to the best of my knowledge, we didn't have anything like that. Did you have, was your phone screwed up?
No, I had no problems.
I didn't
yeah.
either. I mean, all these articles being written about how it's just, hospitals were offline and people were getting the blue screen frowny face.
All the subway, there's like little screens that show you when the next train is coming, and all of those are offline because they're like, we can't get it to connect. So you just... There's like apps and stuff you can have, but the screen's physically at the stations. All of them say like, hey, this isn't correct information. Listen for announcements.
Right. CloudStrike is the name of the company. These are the people that shut down some massive Russian hacking operation a few years ago. And they had to ground a bunch of airplanes because obviously if they can't see what's going on, they can't take off, they can't whatever, everything that's involved in that. More than 2,000 flights. Saw a photo of people at LaGuardia, and they were just... It looked like a country music concert at a stadium, just thousands of people standing around. And so 2,000. It's a good thing you're not traveling this weekend, Mary, by airline.
Staying here.
Staying there.
Mm-hmm.
2,000 flights canceled.
That's crazy.
But again, to the best of my knowledge, it didn't, do anything here. But people, I was reading there were people who couldn't access their banks because they were using and again, I know nothing about any of this kind of stuff. I'm so ignorant when it comes to, even if when I've talked to my son and he's tried to explain it to me like I'm 5, it still barely permeates the surface of my brain meat. And so I'm probably like most people in that if something does happen, you're just at the mercy of whenever they fix it. Because they said that as far as like the FAA is concerned and airports and airlines, they could be looking at 36 hours to fix some of these things. And if you're waiting to go somewhere, you're waiting to fly out of... There was a 757 that landed at Burke last night. So I don't know what that was about. That was before all of this. But those people might have gotten lucky getting in there before any of this. So, I mean, and the worst part, by the way, the Starbucks app wasn't working. The Starbucks mobile app
am I going to get my Starbucks?
Was offline. That's how people order. More and more, because these companies, McDonald's does it, a lot of places do it now. They're like, hey, order on our app, and then you just pull up, you give them a code. It's much more efficient. And then they hand you whatever you order.
I love app ordering.
I've never done it.
Oh, it's the best.
Really?
Yeah.
You just go beep, bop, boop, beep,
Yeah,
boop.
you put in what you want. You show them and go, hey, it's Bill. I got an app order. And they go, here you go. And
But do
you're
they
on
have
your
it
way.
ready? Or they have to, because there's no point in doing it if they have to make it when you get there.
Usually it's ready faster.
Yeah. I think the only app I've used along the way is the Jimmy John's app, and not once has the food been sitting on the shelf when I get there. So I don't understand what's going on with them.
That's why you got to go with Wendy's. You're on points.
They have an app.
Mm-hmm.
You use their app.
Yeah.
And then you pull up to the drive-thru and you go, hey.
Bill, app order. And they go, okay.
Oh, you give them a name.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sometimes it's a code. But
yeah, code.
Wendy's is a name. They say Bill S. And they'll be like, oh, well, we pull up to the next window. And then boom, food.
Oh, you use your real name.
Well, yeah.
You don't use an alias?
Well, it's the name that is on my card and
That's
stuff.
but they don't know what name is on your card.
I mean, I could change the name, but yeah, I just...
Because you're the Wendy's guy. If you pull through there, you don't want them chatting you up because you're the Wendy's guy.
I don't know I'm the Wendy's guy.
How do they not know? You do the commercials all the time.
Right, but they're at work in Wendy's.
But they hear your commercials that you don't know when they're working.
Well, I don't know.
You're not worried they're going to just,
What? What would they do?
I don't know.
Tell me.
I don't know. They go, oh, my God, Bill S., the guy that does the Wendy's commercials, and you're like, hey, thank you so much. I just want to get my food and be on my way. And they want to yak, yak, yak.
Mm-hmm.
I just thought maybe you'd use an alias on the app so that you didn't get caught up in anything like that. I mean, that's what I do. I mean, when I order stuff, I use an alias just so I don't have to contend with any of those kinds of things. And I'm not even doing Wendy's commercials. All right, something to think about. It doesn't bother you, it doesn't bother me.
Fine by me.
You know what else got screwed up by the outage? The Harvey Weinstein case. Because all of the court systems were down. Imagine that. You're like, ooh, I get to go back and sit in my jail cell. Or is he out? I don't know. There's people who get convicted of things now, and you think that it's all over, and they go, no, they're out. They're doing something. They're in their living room right now. The slot machines in Vegas were down.
Oh, no.
Imagine that.
Oh, that would have people rioting.
Of course.
Now I got to get up and go to the bathroom instead of peeing in my pants while I play slots.
Such a small.
I would think. I think that it would. I would think that it would be
But those
eerie.
are the ones that would be the most upset.
I think it would be eerie to hear a quiet casino.
Oh, yeah.
You're like a zombie movie, right? Because they never shut down, right? I mean, they're always going 24/7, right? They don't ever have like, hey, today we're closed for a deep cleaning. They're open all the time. And so you always hear the slot machines and the noises, the cacophony in a casino. If you heard a quiet casino. So a lot of the slot machines and a lot of the stuff in Vegas was down, just jamming people up.
The quietest I've ever heard a casino is early in my career, I had to do a show, and the stage was basically on the casino floor.
Yeah.
And that was not ideal.
It's not ideal for a performance, no. I'm going to take a break. I will have $1,000 for you. Your next keyword is on the way at 2:30. Be the first of 4 this afternoon. And then I will have the Buzzard bike key for you. That will be between 3 and 3:30 this afternoon. So listen for your shot to get a key. We're giving away a brand new Harley with Budweiser. And you need one of these keys because it might just be the one to start it up. So we'll do that in a bit. And then more tickets to join us on our Alan Cox Show cruise next month. Captain Fun's Floating Fandango. Want to win tickets for that? We'll hook all that up. 35192. Text me for anything, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show.
On iHeartRadio.
Our iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One.
Coming back to Las Vegas, September 20th and 21st. Streaming live only on Hulu.
Just added to the superstar lineup.
Dua Lipa and Halsey. Sharing the iHeart stage with Big Sean. Camila Cabello. Doja Cat. Gwen Stefani. Hosier. Keith Urban. New Kids on the Block. Paramore. Shabuzi. The Black Crows. Thomas Rhett. Victoria Monet.
Our 2024 iHeartRadio Music Festival.
and Mentor. Visit driveclassictoyota.com. Shop Classic Toyota's tremendous new car inventory in stock. 4Runners, Tacomas, Tundras, and Camrys ready for you to buy today. Classic Toyota on Tyler Boulevard on the Auto Campus in Mentor or online at driveclassictoyota.com.
Welcome to the Ceno Show. I'm your host, Ceno McFarland. I'm an addiction specialist. I'm a coach, I'm a translator, and I'm God's middleman. My job is to crack hearts and let the light in and help everyone shift the narrative. I want to help you wake up, and I want to help you get free. Most importantly, I don't want you to feel alone. Listen to the Ceno Show on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search the Ceno Show and start listening.
Who needs broadcasting awards?
The I Like the Sound of My Own Voice award.
When you've won World's Sexiest and 5 years in a row. And the winner is
Alan Cox.
On 100.7 WMMS.
It was pointed out to me by people in the know that 757 that landed at Burke is probably carrying the San Diego Padres last night. I don't know if that's true, but it makes sense. Padres are in town tonight. Start up the series with the Guardians after the All-Star break has concluded, of course. Guardians start 58-37, doing very, very well. Padres are slightly above 500. So first of 3 tonight is a 7:10 start around the corner here at Progressive Field. Into next week, the Tigers will be here for a 4-game series there. You have the remainder of the month, by the way. You want to get yourself some new threads over at CLE Clothing Company. Use the promo code STAR for 20% off. Padres Guardians tonight on the Buzzard. First pitch at 7:10, so we'll roll out at 6:30, 6:40. Something is going to be your coverage will begin there. And also listen on the iHeartRadio app if you're so inclined. If you're watching us today, tip of the cap to Carbel Glimlock. That's a good one. Carbel with a K. Mm-hmm. I'm only familiar with Carbel with a C.
Yeah, he has non-traditional parents.
Oh, the Glimlocks?
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh. Al, does your son think we've become too reliant on the internet? My cousin's an Army colonel, and he said their biggest security concern is cyber. I don't know that. Well, I mean, that ship sailed a long time ago, by the way. I don't know. I wouldn't speak for him, but I know you'll always have a job.
No, do it. Speak for him.
If you're in cybersecurity.
I say speak for him.
I can't.
You paid for his education.
What's that?
You paid for it.
Yeah, I sure did. He largely paid for his education with scholarships. I mean, I paid for the rest, but both my kids were fortunate enough to, they'll be coming out of college with practically no debt. So that's good for them. I do like to point out to them, though, at every possible instance that I just paid off my student loans 2 years ago, just to put it into perspective. But my daughter is going to be, will be moving her into her apartment in a few weeks. Mid-August we'll be doing that, and she'll be starting her junior year, unbelievably. And she'll be living in a house with 5 other girls, one of whom has the same name as her.
Whoa.
So I'm like, well.
Silly stuff's about to go down.
There's going to be some real Three's Company type mix-em-ups over there in East Lansing.
I'm here to take Grace out. Which Grace?
Which one? So I said, well, how are you going to figure the male out? I mean, forget all the other stuff. Forget all the mix-em-ups with boys. And, I mean, Bill,
they have different last names.
She's going to be a, huh?
They have different last names. I'm sure the male.
No, that's what I mean. They have the same last name.
Oh, they have the same.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Complete?
Not
same
the same
name?
first name, the same first and last name.
Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah.
That's real.
Sorry, I was
Wow.
I left that part out.
Yeah.
No, same first name and last name. And listen, she's going to be a junior in college, Bill. I doubt there's going to be boys at the house.
Alan, see me after the show.
I don't want to think
of it. Be men.
I don't want to. No, God. Yeah, well. Listen, maybe it's genetic. I come from a long line of cradle robbers. I just do. My grandfather married someone considerably younger than him on both sides. My paternal grandfather, my dad's dad, I never met. He died when my dad was 15. But my grandmother was already the third wife, and she was considerably younger than my dad's dad. And then my maternal grandfather, he and my grandmother were married a long, long time, but she was like 16 years younger than him. And that was also way back, early 20th century or whatever. That was back when you were just looking for a gal with good birthing hips. And if they get too old, 20, 21, when they get decrepit back then, it's going to be different. So maybe it's a genetic thing. I don't know. But we'll see. If I find out that there are any professors hanging around this house, what the hell am I going to do? I don't know. I'm not there. Alan, I'm at O'Hare. We're only delayed 18 minutes. I just had an Italian beef. Man, I had an Italian beef the other night, and I haven't had one in a long time.
Where'd you get it?
We made it.
Oh, you guys made Italian beefs.
Real good. Real good. That's not something it's not a go-to all the time. I have friends that live on those goddamn things, and I mean, they're good. You can get them dry, you can get them wet. I don't know how this person did it.
Did you wet it?
I did not. I mean, the beef is wet, but then some people like to dip. They like the wet beef. I don't go for that. But people that watch The Bear, I'm sure the Italian beef sales have gone through the roof because of that show, The Bear.
Well, I mean, it was really a first season where they're doing the Italian beef. I know they still have the pop-up shop across the street that seems to be thriving. I wonder if that'll come into play. But you're not seeing as much of that in the second season and third season. Which I like the Italian beef season.
They're less focused on the wet beef.
Yeah, I like the wet beef.
And more focused on the fine dining part.
Wet beef?
Wet beef.
Have you ever had an Italian beef sandwich, Mary?
I don't think that I have.
They have them there in New York. It might surprise you to learn.
Isn't it just like peppers and onions and chopped beef?
Well, yeah, we use giardiniera. I think the peppers are different. We use giardiniera in Chicago, but I mean, a lot of other places they'll use, what are the other ones? The peppercini.
Oh.
No, what are the ones that they use? When I first left Illinois, I didn't realize
banana?
that. Yeah, banana peppers.
Banana peppers.
When I first left Illinois, I didn't realize that every Subway didn't use giardiniera, and they were like, "We don't know what that is." I was like, "Oh, okay." But yeah. Alan, were there any elevators impacted? I don't know. Are there elevators working on Microsoft operating systems?
Maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
My elevator.
I have no idea.
Where do they make elevators? In factories. It's a Chad Daniels joke. New special, Empty Nester, now on Netflix.
Hey. Is he calling in next week?
Yeah.
Okay.
Monday, I believe.
You ever been stuck in an elevator?
Yes.
No. Yeah. That would be my worst nightmare.
I got stuck in the elevator in my building during the pandemic, and my girlfriend at the time thought it was so funny.
Sexy.
So funny.
You were in there with her?
I was in, no.
Oh,
I was
see, it would have been more fun if you were in there with her.
I was in there with Whoopsie.
Yeah.
And Whoopsie just took a little nap. I was in there for about 45 minutes.
Why did she think it was funny?
Because she just thought it was ridiculous. Because she's like, I took the dog out, and then I was on my way back up, and she was waiting for me to come back up. And it's like the one time I didn't have my phone with me, and she's just like, what is taking him so long? And so she finally went to investigate, and she sees the fire department coming to get me out of the elevator, and she just found that to be hilarious.
Huh. But they didn't take you out in the big ladder or anything.
No,
they take you out on a stretcher.
Thought it was silly. It just, yeah. That they have to get several firefighters to come and just open doors.
Yep.
She thought it was
they had to pry him open with the jaws of life?
I mean,
like Terminator 2?
They had to open them up, yeah. But it was, I don't know, it was jaws of life. Just like an override, they have to push a button.
Oh, so not the jaws. They didn't have to pry them open. No. I see. Because I don't think those phones, a lot of times you'll go into an elevator and that phone doesn't do anything. And you go, how? And then you'll look at the inspection certificate And you go, they just inspected this 3 months ago. Why did the phone not do anything?
Our phones are always just talking to somebody. I think it's one of the phones in our elevators are on call lists, so they're getting spam calls all day.
Oh, really?
They're always going.
They're
very
ringing
strange.
in the cab?
They're not even ringing.
Elevator
They're just
thing?
like somebody talking.
Wow.
And then like the automatic elevator support system's talking back.
Huh.
Yeah.
I was stuck in an elevator the first radio station I worked for was in the John Hancock building, and we were on the 34th floor.
Herbie Hancock.
I'm sorry, we was in the Herbie Hancock building, and it was a real rocket ride up to the 34th floor is where the radio station was. And I went in on a Saturday to take care of some things that
Ride the red rocket to the 34th floor.
Yes, to catch up on, and the elevator stopped at the 17th floor.
Well, that's not far enough.
Well, I thought somebody was getting on. And so I was like, okay. And I stood there and the doors didn't open. And I was like, okay. Well, and my button was still lit for 34. I'm like, all right, well, it's...
My button's going to be lit after the show tonight.
Yeah! Mary, would you like to take that one?
No. I'm trying to listen to your story without Bill being
Well, I want to know how what button is going to get lit.
He doesn't even know.
I assume he
has no
knows.
idea what he means.
Oh.
What do you mean, Bill?
I'm going to get high and eat sushi.
That's your button?
Yeah.
Yes.
The sushi button.
Yeah. The sushi button. All right. You got to get high. You're going to order a lot of sushi. Sushi ain't cheap.
Oh, yeah, I know. I already ordered it.
You already ordered on the Wendy's app? They do sushi now, too?
Yes.
Just breakfast
Sushi
hours only.
Wendy's.
Breakfast sushi only.
I just ordered it on the restaurant's app and
all right,
scheduled it for when I get out of work.
All right, good.
I like to take care of stuff like that.
Good. Anyway, I was stuck on the 17th floor for 3.5 hours in an elevator on a Saturday.
Did you pee?
Did I pee?
Yeah.
No, I didn't pee.
Okay.
Nope. But you do, because it was a weekend. So you do reach a point where you go, holy cow, I might be in here until Monday morning.
Nobody's coming to get me.
Nobody's coming to get me. And so, I mean, and then you go, well, Saturday afternoon better than Friday night. I got, you're negotiating with yourself. But fortunately, the phone in that one worked. And they were like, okay.
But it still took 3 hours?
Yeah, 3.5 hours.
I have a reoccurring nightmare of getting stuck in elevators, but I don't know if you guys have reoccurring nightmares, but it's the same thing. And it's almost like my nightmare self can feel it. Like I know how this is going to go, where I am in a huge, really grandiose lobby, and there are hundreds and hundreds of elevators. And I have to they don't tell you which elevator actually takes you to your floor. You just have to keep trying elevators until it goes to the right floor.
This is a symbol for your life.
So, some of the elevators only go to odd floors. Some of them only go to floors that end in 7. Some of them, there's no rhyme or reason, and none of them are labeled. So, I have to figure out which elevator I'm supposed to be in. But the thing that happens every single time I get in the elevator is that they either shoot up super fast or it'll get to the top and then they fall. So, I'm, constantly being, thrown around by elevators where either I'm standing there and it goes to shoot up and the gravity throws me to the ground, or it's at the top floor.
You hit
and
the
it
ceiling.
Just falls,
Do you think this is a metaphor for your the way highs are high and lows are lows, especially with your addictive personality?
I don't know. It makes me get afraid of elevators. I'm so
She keeps pushing
scared.
that. She keeps pushing that sushi button, Bill, in the elevator. Didn't go anywhere.
Sushi button.
I keep having...
So because of this recurring, I've probably had this nightmare for a few years now, that it happens once every couple months for a few years, that I am legitimately have a heightened level of anxiety in an elevator, because I'm this is going to be the one where once I get up to the 10th floor, it just falls down.
My reoccurring nightmares are I'm back in high school or church, but as me now, and they're you got to do it again. And I'm I don't want to. So that one, and then another one I've been having is I'm driving, but it's when you're trying to run in a dream and I'm trying to drive in a dream and I can't drive fast and I can't merge into traffic. And then my doors keep opening. Very panic inducing.
Yeah.
You're trying to drive and your doors keep opening on your car?
And so I'm trying to reach across to close the door.
Oh.
And then I'm trying to focus on the road and be a safe driver, but it's not accelerating fast enough, or like it's just, it's weird. You can't turn.
You think that's a subliminal message that you need to change up your auto insurance?
No.
Oh.
I'm happy with my auto insurance.
Hey, I've got money here for you. It is $1,000, as promised, courtesy of the Buzzard bookie. The first of 4 chances you'll have this afternoon, so listen closely and good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Check. That's check. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Hello, Judy.
Hello, guys. Hello, Mary.
Yep.
What's up, Judy?
Hey, I was just going on that Microsoft Cyber thing.
Yeah.
I was at Tractor Supply in Solon today, and there was this obnoxious noise. Sounded like the alarm, but I didn't know. I walk in, and lady's like, don't worry about that. It's our alarm. We're not taking emails. We're not doing anything because of the cybersecurity. So it affected Tractor Supply.
Oh, I thought you were going to say. I thought you were going to say you heard this obnoxious noise in the Tractor Supply, and you're like, hey, they're listening to the Alan Cox Show.
Yeah, right. Oh, they must have it on repeat. What were you at Tractor Supply to pick up, Judy?
Guys. Hate the show.
What were you there to pick
Hate
up?
The show.
Okay.
Actually, I was picking up a cap for a Yeti.
Oh, okay. I've been being trolled all of a sudden. All right, well, good. And you found it?
I did. I just want to let you know, though, there apparently are a lot of people being affected by this Microsoft. And would you have thought that it would have been their alarm? No. And would the woman have responded that way? No, I'm sure there's a lot of stuff. I also heard that there was a lot of places that retail that are not taking, like, credit cards or certain things.
Oh, yeah.
Only Apple Pay.
Yeah, there's places that have handwritten signs on their window that says, hey, we're not open right now. Our systems are down. Okay, thank you, Judy. I got to get over to Tractor Supply. I got to get myself a new dump cart. Carry things around when I'm doing work in the yard. Alan, I got stuck on the 86th floor of the Empire State Building.
Nope.
Entire State Building.
I got stuck on the 86th floor of the entire State Building. Don't remember how long we were stuck, but it was quite a while. We didn't die. Now, in your dream, are you in your muscle car?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So there's little kernels of true life in there then. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Alan, my dad was an elevator mechanic based in the Merchandise Mart. That's where my old radio station was. He was on call on the weekends. Well, there you go. Norm from Detroit says, you should know better than anybody. It would be Italian beeves. All right, thank you.
Good point.
Alan, Calvin can't listen to the podcast from a few days ago. I was talking about dog names. Big fan of human names. The last 3 dogs we've had have been Frank, Norm, and we currently have Doug. All incredibly stupid dogs and gigantic pains in the ass. Anyway, love you. Bye.
Doug the dog. I mean, that's just adding a vowel.
Mm-hmm. I like Norm a lot.
Norm's good. Norm the dog.
Norm the dog is really funny.
And you kind of have to, I think part of it is tailoring it to the dog, but not in a spot-on way. If you have a big, dopey-looking dog and you name him Norm, you go, yeah. But if you have like a smaller dog and you name him Norm, for some reason, that just hits different for me.
Mm-hmm.
The family of I got this from one of our Kentucky bureau chiefs who listen on iHeartRadio. The family of a 76-year-old Kentucky man got $2 million because he died from 2nd and 3rd degree burns from the shower at an Econo Lodge.
Ooh.
The hot water was 150 degrees Fahrenheit.
Oh, my gosh.
And he kept showering in it?
He turned on the shower and was immediately struck by extremely hot water that knocked him to the floor while the water continued to burn him. The 2 people who were there with him heard his screams, removed him from the tub, and he had to go through extensive skin grafting.
Okay.
Because he had deep tissue, 2nd and 3rd degree burns. That's the thing with, this is an Econo Lodge, but even in like nice hotels, you know, you get in the shower, it's like you turn, some of these places, you turn it just the slightest bit and it's scalding hot. You go the slightest bit the other way. There's no way to regulate it, and it's ice cold.
But who gets in and then, You don't
I know.
set the temperature and then get in.
Nope, he's an old man, 76.
That's wild to me to think that you're just like, I'm just going to turn it up and see what happens.
Yeah.
Like that's...
You got to reach
nuts.
your hand in and feel it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. You fiddle with the knobs until you get it right.
Right. Like when I come home, I'll go to the gym in the morning. When I come home, I'll take a cold shower, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I'll just put it all the way to the right. I don't even mess with it, all the way to the right. But if you want to take a shower, some people like it super hot. I'm not one of those people. I like it warm, but, you know, if you could do that, you got to regulate it. And so you put your hand in. You go, ooh, is this where I want it? Is this where I not want it? This guy didn't do that. Got in, turned the water on. He spent several months in the hospital and then died. Dang. He never married. He had no kids. So his niece filed the lawsuit. Imagine that. No wife, no kids, but you're in his family. And you're like, well, so his niece is rich from him. I mean, for them, financially, this is the greatest thing this guy ever did, was stand in front of 150-degree water.
Oof, right in your face, dude?
Yeah, and then you fall down. Yeah.
Then you got to see your naked uncle.
Right, that too.
And listen, I look at my naked uncle if it meant I got rich.
But you don't know you're going to get
$2 million. No, you don't.
Yeah, good point.
Yeah.
But if it didn't mean I was getting rich, see that wiener, Unc?
Yeah. The defense claimed that the guy didn't even stay at the motel, which what the hell does that have to do with anything? But he still died from 150-degree burns. And, you see your naked, wet, screaming uncle. And to hear an old person scream, I mean, that's blood-curdling, too. If you've ever heard, this guy was 76. Does that qualify as elderly? I think of elderly as 80 and up, if you're lucky enough to live that long, okay? But if you've ever heard an old person scream or yell, it's terrifying. Because you don't know what they're seeing. They could be ready to die, right? They could be seeing, I don't believe in the other side, but they could be seeing the other side. They could be seeing something. The Grim Reaper at the foot of their bed or at the bottom of a scalding hot shower. So the family gets $2 million. After the break, I'm going to have tickets for you to see the Cleveland Orchestra out at Blossom. They do a lot of good work out there. And the first weekend in August, they're going to be scoring The Lord of the Rings. Play the iconic score from that film. They're doing 3 nights at Blossom. I will get you 4 tickets for the August 3rd performance. 35192 to text, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app. Rover's Morning Glory.
Peter thinks it would be easy to live on $25,000 a year. You just get a cheap apartment, you say?
I'm looking in Willoughby here. Okay, under 900, not a single place.
Oops.
Okay, under 800.
Rover's Morning Glory.
Weekdays on 100.7 WMMS and 24/7 on our free iHeartRadio app.
Sarah Spain with iHeart Women's Sports, presented by Capital One. A shocker. No Caitlin Clark or Sabrina Ionescu in the three-point competition at the WNBA All-Star Game. It'll be New York's Jonquel Jones, Washington's Stephanie Dolson, Minnesota's Kayla McBride, Atlanta's Alicia Gray, and Connecticut's Marina Mabry. In Friday's Skills Challenge, hometown star Brittany Griner will face Mercury teammate Sophie Cunningham, Indiana's Erica Wheeler, Gray, and Mabry. For more women's sports stories, subscribe to Good Game with Sarah Spain on iHeart Podcasts.
With the Venture X card from Capital One, you earn unlimited 2x miles on everything you buy. Plus, get access to over 1,300 airport lounges. What's in your wallet? Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Your afternoon drive is brought to you by the Ken Ganley Auto Group, Ohio's #1 automotive retailer.
Hey, it's Bill. Right now at Wendy's, kickstart your morning with the new breakfast burrito. Wendy's breakfast burrito is hearty and delicious with 6 strips of bacon, seasoned potatoes, 2 fresh cracked eggs, and 2 slices of cheese, all wrapped in a warm flour tortilla. If you're extra hungry, enjoy Wendy's new breakfast burrito and a breakfast combo, which includes a small seasoned potatoes and your choice of beverage. I go with the Simply Orange Juice. So break your boring breakfast routine at Wendy's and try its new breakfast burrito at participating Wendy's during breakfast hours only. Use the app to order to earn free Wendy's. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's.
The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 commercial-free stations like New Metal Radio.
Wake up, grab brush and put a little makeup, rock, gotta have fun.
Search IN-U Metal Radio and listen now on your free iHeartRadio app. Free never sounded so good.
Looking for a career you'll love with flexibility, great pay, and benefits, and one of the country's top workplaces? Come join our growing team at Progressive Insurance. Go to progressive.com/careers and apply online today.
Looking for a career change? Join Giant Eagle and discover a place to build your future. Giant Eagle is hiring experienced Class A CDL drivers. Enjoy competitive pay, comprehensive benefits, and the opportunity to make a difference every day. With regional travel, you'll be part of a team that values hard work, commitment, and respect. Don't just take a job. Build a career with Giant Eagle. Visit jobs.gianteagle.com to apply today. That's jobs.gianteagle.com. Jobs.gianteagle.com. Your future starts here at Giant Eagle.
Look at your cup holder. It's empty, and you're feeling thirsty. Head to a nearby convenience store and fill it with a Pepsi Zero Sugar, Mountain Dew, or Starry. Grab a delicious, refreshing Pepsi for the road.
Franklin University makes it possible.
Save up to $5,000 per year on your tech degree at Ohio's #1 nonprofit university for online degrees. Combine Franklin University's in-demand programs in IT, cybersecurity, computer science, and data analytics with a renewable Choose Ohio First scholarship and jumpstart your tech career for less. Get started this fall at franklin.edu.
Franklin University makes it possible.
Mammoth WVH, the Mammoth 2 Tour. July 24th, MGM Northfield Park. Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. Don't miss the Mammoth 2 Tour. Mammoth WVH, live in Cleveland. New album, Mammoth 2, out now.
Driving plays a big part in driving the local economy. It helps us all get where we're going and creates good jobs close to home. At Cenovus Energy, our refineries in Toledo and Lima are a reliable domestic source of gasoline, diesel, and jet fuel. Plus, more than 2,300 employees and contractors work for us here in Ohio. See how we're helping local communities move forward at Cenovus.com.
Since day one of your child's life, you've been all hands in. At Cleveland Clinic Children's, we make
This is The Buzzard.
From the Bath Authority Studios.
The Buzzard.
The home of the Buzzard.
Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland.
Stop you!
All right, we're going to go see the Cleveland Orchestra out at Blossom. Relive the magic of the Lord of the Rings. Cleveland Orchestra performing the iconic score for 3 nights, August 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, live at Blossom. The tickets for the entire 2024 Blossom Music Festival schedule, clevelandorchestra.com. All the tickets for all their shows are on sale. I will get you tickets for that second night. That is Saturday, August the 3rd. This is 4 tickets for you. You and 3 pals. You get my last 4-pack this week. So good luck. Call her 10-216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
It's not every day you hear him complain about something. Wait, yes it is.
Alan Cox.
On 100.7 WMMS.
This is the good stuff, Mary. I hope you're paying attention. I hope you're taking notes.
I'm not taking notes, but I already knew this was the good stuff, so
Mm-hmm.
it's upsetting that you didn't think so highly of me.
This is a band. Oh, God, I love these guys. So good. They're called Brand of Sacrifice. They are a deathcore band from Toronto, and they are doing the Incarceration Festival this weekend. We do a metal show on Saturday nights on the Buzzard. Tomorrow night's called 2 hours to midnight, and this weekend we're doing nothing but incarceration bands. I would say if you are going, they have an incarceration app, which is very, very useful. So download the incarceration app. It will tell you who's playing on what stage and when. There's a band called Like Moths to Flames who are from Columbus. We'll be playing them tomorrow night. They're playing as we speak. And then Mushroom Head is going to play, and, you know. So incarceration.com is the website. But that incarceration app, if you're going at all this weekend, it starts today, it's tomorrow, it's Sunday. And we're playing all incarceration bands tomorrow night on 2 hours to midnight. It's me, it's Corey Roddick, it's Pat Butler. There's a handful of local metal bands playing incarceration. Behest of Serpents is playing. Killstreak is playing. And a lot of bands that you already know. You know, headliners, Godsmack and Breaking Benjamin, that kind of stuff. But I always like discovering baby bands or bands that might just not be on your radar even though you are a metal fan. So tomorrow night, 2 hours to midnight, starts at 10 o'clock. Here on the Buzzer will be all incarceration bands. Alan, we learned about burns when I was in school to be a physical therapist. Change in water temperature means the difference of needing 10 minutes of exposure to be burned or nearly instant burns. 140 degrees. That guy died because he got into an Econo Lodge shower that was 150 degrees Fahrenheit. 140 degrees Fahrenheit, this temperature can prevent harmful bacteria growth in water heaters, but it significantly increases the risk of scalding. Yeah, so clearly they had that water stored up in their tanks, but this is the only guy that it happened to, unless it was, by happenstance, a fully empty Econo Lodge. Now, if you've ever stayed at an Econo Lodge, first off, my condolences, but they're still out there. You can get a room for $40 a night.
I feel like I usually have so much trouble getting any kind of like water pressure or water that isn't brown at places like that. So for this to be shooting out of there at 150 degrees,
Well, that's what I mean.
wild. That's wild.
It's a business of extremes, right? It's either, to your point, it's either 150 degrees or it trickles out or it's brown. Or so he got 150 degree water and skin grafts and 3rd degree burns, and his extended family got $2 million. Now, of course, after you pay the lawyers, they get their cut. I mean, you're only going to get over $1 million. What the hell are you going to do with that? I was reading that Amazon made $1.2 billion. No, I'm sorry. That's way low. $14.2 billion on Prime Day. Right? I didn't buy anything on Prime Day. Did they get you?
Yeah, they got me too.
What did you buy?
I bought lint rollers, cat treats, a new chef's knife.
Now, what was the hook? You got those specifically on Prime Day because they were all cheaper?
Yeah.
Okay.
I had probably 15 things waiting in my cart. And I bought it all. I was going to buy anyway, but I waited until Prime Day, and then a lot of it went on sale.
I bought some storage shelves and some shirts that were on sale.
They said usually the big ticket items are what drive all this, electronics and clothing and furniture. They said that wasn't the case this year, that those are actually down. But that people were, back to school shopping and just smaller categories. But they made $14.2 billion, which broke last year's record of stuff people bought. So good for them, I guess. Jeff Bezos, if you were concerned about it, remains a very, very wealthy man.
I was not concerned about it.
Well, that's good. You shouldn't be. You shouldn't be, because he remains very, very wealthy.
He seems to be just fine.
I mean, I always have something in my, I was reading the articles on Prime Day and I saw them or whatever, but I always have things in my Amazon cart. So Prime Day, they plaster all of their advertising with it, but I don't know that was just on my radar, really. I've always got things sitting in my cart. But
why not buy them?
Well, because I put them in there when I go, this might be something that I could use, or I'll throw it in there, and then I'll go back, because sometimes I'll delete it. 9 times out of 10, I'll go back and I'll be like, I'll go. The weekend's coming up. I'll go somewhere and buy this. I don't need to order this from Amazon and then wait for it to come when I can just go buy it. But sometimes I'm like anybody else. I'm impatient. I can be impatient and I can be impulsive. Not compulsive, mind you, but impulsive. And so I'll take a second. And yeah, sure, I'll cop to it. Sometimes it gets bad. Yeah, sometimes I'll put something in my cart, but then I'll realize what I did. I'll go take a walk around the block. I'll calm down. I'll catch some fresh air. And then I'll come back and I'll look at my phone and realize, is this something that I still want to get? And of course I do. And then I'll get it. Do I need 10 pounds of Kentucky bluegrass seed? Of course. You know how good that is when you mix it in with yogurt? Hey, Gaylord.
Hi.
Hi, buddy.
How's the gang doing there?
Well, you're going to want to ask them.
Everybody okay?
Mary, are you okay?
Doing all right.
Mary's okay.
Oh.
Gaylord, Bill, are you okay?
I'm doing great.
Bill's doing great. Mary's just okay.
Well, I love y'all. And I just wanted to say that this is a very special day for me and my wife. This is our 25th anniversary today.
Hey.
And
now this is your fourth wife, Gaylord, just for context?
This is my first real wife.
Well, but you
my 3 practice.
There you go. This is your 3 practice wives.
Practice wives.
Right. Gaylord is a guy who likes to get a lot of practice in before he puts a ring on it, as they say.
Well, you got to anymore, but I just miss talking to you guys. But I don't mean to be a pest either. But I love listening to you. This is the most important aspect of my life besides spending time with my family.
It's ironic that you like
my family.
It's ironic that you like talking to us or you like listening to us so much, because when you're talking to us, you can't listen to us, Gaylord. It's a real conundrum.
Well, I listen. I shut my mouth once in a while, and I talk so slow you can get a word in edgewise.
Certainly can. We can get a lot of words in edgewise, Gaylord. You know that. Now let me go to my my science and math advisor, Mary Santora. Mary, Gaylord and his wife have been married for 25 years, which means they got married in what year?
That would be 1999.
Gaylord, is that correct?
Yeah.
Look at that. She did it. Wow, well done. Okay, so you guys partied like it was 1999 and got married, and 25 years later, what an exciting time to be alive. Now, what will you do, Gaylord? Will you do something special for her?
Well, unfortunately, today my wife has she contacted COVID the beginning.
Oh, wow.
COVID from I don't want to say work, but being an NP, I mean,
sure,
she's around a lot of people, and she started at the beginning of the week being ill, so she's around the house with a mask on. And
oh boy,
when I first saw her, I thought I had a robber in the house or something. I don't know,
because of the mask, Bill.
Right.
Yeah, the mask. Well, but she goes even further than that. He was worried she puts a ski mask on, not just a mask.
Either that or spreading that doggone body shampoo on the floor so I can fall on the floor again somewhere. I don't know, and hit my head. I don't know.
All right. Well,
anyway,
get well soon for her. And
yes. And Mr. Squire, real quick, you have some important shows coming up, sir.
I sure do.
And
are you kicking up to Gaylord? He's doing commercials
for you.
Cares.
Yes, he is.
Wow.
He just cares.
All right.
Wish we had more Gaylords in the audience to come out and support me the way he does.
If you live in Lakewood,
so rich.
And I want to see you guys. You're going to be in Cleveland there. What is it, Old 86?
Yeah, I'll be there next Saturday.
Old Lady Sex is what we call
Old
it.
86
Old
next
Lady
Saturday
Sex.
with my buddy Jeff Tate, not from Queensryche. Everybody loves that joke, though.
But I am chomping at the bit to be able to get out there to see you and annoy you in the crowd there.
Well, we
Mr.
always love having
Squire.
you. You're a great audience member.
Right.
Well, you guys all do a wonderful job up there.
Thank you, Gaylord. I appreciate the call, pal. Happy 25th anniversary to you and your bride. I'll tell you what, that COVID, boy, it's still out there. It's still pervasive.
Tickets at BillSquire.com.
Wow.
To get COVID, tickets at BillSquire.com.
Yeah.
I've seen a lot of people with it lately.
Yeah.
Like, it's been going around.
That one guy got it, that real old guy.
Joe Biden?
Yeah, that one.
Yeah, that one, yeah. I mean, I just when you think I got it just a couple days ago from eating a piece of gum off the sidewalk in front here.
Oh, free samples.
Yeah. So it comes
a lot of free gum in the city
from the most unlikely places. And that's just the gum you can see.
Mm-hmm.
When you lie down and start looking under things.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
there's so much gum.
Buddy the Elf, he found out so much gum, free candy all over New York City when he visited. And,
Yum.
I mean, we don't have New York City level of free candy, but we got our share. Mary, do you ever eat the free candy that you find?
All the time.
Mm-hmm.
That's what keeps me strong.
Yeah.
Stephen Canton says that Mary missed out by not buying a brand new lunch pail on Prime Day.
My lunch pail got messed. I lost it yesterday.
I know.
And Prime Day ended 2 days ago.
Yeah, it was too late. Now, have you purchased a new one, though?
No.
What was today's lunch situation?
Well, I got a wrap yesterday, and I left half of it at work today, so I'll eat the other half of the wrap, and then I brought in 3 little
Is it still there?
Oranges. I actually haven't checked yet.
Because there's a good chance that somebody could have eaten
I hope
it.
nobody ate it. I'll be so upset. I didn't even think about that. I didn't even check yet. And then I brought in 3 little mandarin oranges and a bag of little popcorn snack. The 100-calorie popcorns.
Mary and her China oranges.
Mm-hmm.
China oranges. Yummy. Oh, those are good. 100-calorie popcorn.
The little smart pops.
Okay.
You know what I'm talking about?
I don't.
Like,
What
yeah.
makes them so smart?
I don't know. I think it's literally just popcorn kernels, salt, and like olive oil. It's supposed to be.
Well, I was going to say, isn't that
snack.
normally what popcorn is? Is it?
No, there's no seasoning. There's no butter. There's no.
Oh, I see.
Nothing like that.
I was going to say, most popcorn, I don't think that's a
Cheese
high-calorie
dust.
food.
Yeah. You can make it a high-calorie food.
No, you can. I know. People putting Hershey's fudge syrup on it or whatever. No, you see some popcorn. It's fine. You can leave us voicemails, by the way. People do it all day and all night on our after-hours line, which is 216-986-8903.
Polly pop, butt chug that cup from the top, boofing that liquid until you stop. Polly pop.
Yeah, Buffin, that's good.
That's
you know,
good
Circle
stuff.
K is presenting the
Get him in the
cruise
studio.
this
Let's
year.
get a clean cut of that, man.
We need to get. I haven't spoken to anybody about it, but I really want to get the Polar Pop butt chug for this year's cruise.
They have to sign a waiver.
Oh, you're gonna have to sign a hell of a lot more in a waiver, but that's a good song. I like that. He worked boofing in there, boofing with squee.
Boofing with squee.
And that's what Supreme Court Justice Brett Kavanaugh was really into. Boofing with squee.
Polly pop, butt chug that cup from the top, boofing that liquid until you stop. Polly pop.
Yeah. Is that the uncompetable guy? I sound like the uncompetable guy.
Uncompetable.
Maybe.
Well, something to consider. Yes, Gaylord did have a stroke. A lot of people are asking.
He
You've
did
never
not
heard-
have a stroke.
What did he have?
He hit his head twice in the shower, and he's got a TBI.
Oh.
It's a traumatic brain injury. You can actually watch the video where he explains it on my YouTube channel.
Pardon me?
Yeah, because I asked him about it at one of my shows a few weeks ago, and he explained it, and his wife helped explain it. So just go to search Bill Squire TBI.
He slipped twice in the shower?
He had 2 traumatic brain injuries. Yeah.
Huh. All right.
And I joked that his wife was trying to kill him.
Didn't put down a mat?
I guess not. I don't know. He didn't learn his lesson.
Wow.
Yeah.
Just full on bare back tub.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. That's a bold move. I mean, he's an older man. We have
I thought he was like in his 50s or something.
No, he's like 75 years old.
Is he really?
I think so. Isn't he?
I think he's 68 or 69.
69 maybe?
Yeah.
All right. Well, there you go, Mary. He's 69 years old.
Mm-hmm.
And he has had 2 traumatic brain injuries.
Yeah, it's on my. It's titled "Man with Traumatic Brain Injury Loves My Comedy."
It's the feel-good hit of the summer.
Yeah.
I got your key for the Buzzard bike when we return. It's going to be the last one from me this week. The finals of this are coming up, and we're going to give away this brand new Harley. I know Dieter's got a couple of appearances he's going to be doing over the next few weeks, too. So go to WMMS.com and find all the information on it. But we'll come back, I'll give somebody else the key, and then at 3:30, I'll have more money for it. It'll be a next keyword right around then to grab $1,000 from the Buzzard bookie.
This is the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free
2023 Harley Davidson Sportster 1250S. And you got to get one of these keys. Now, there are many, many ways to do that. Go to WMMS.com. It will tell you every way that you can do it. But you'll get the last key from me here this week by being caller number 10, and this one could very well fire up the Buzzard bike. So good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
What feels great to do is absolutely free, can be done by yourself, and yet no one ever mentions it.
It's the Alan Cox Show
on the Buzzard.
WMMS.
Oh, sorry, I'm burping there. I got more money for you here in about 10 minutes. Listen for the next keyword. Grab $1,000, courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. There will be 3 more chances for you to do it this afternoon, and then we'll start it all over again on Monday. Of course, the Bill Squire Friday Get Down awaits you as well.
Oh, we haven't done one in a while.
I've kind of been been a little off this week with remembering what day of the week that it is. I don't know why that is. But it wasn't till maybe noon today when I was putting the show together. I was like, oh, the Get Down.
Mm-hmm.
It's a Friday. Mary, your thoughts?
Oh, the best. Just can't wait. Everybody's favorite segment, the best part of the show.
Well, I didn't say that. You don't have to say that. You don't have to. I'm getting this feeling that she's being sarcastic.
Good job, Alan.
New York's changed her.
I've got an ear for it. Yeah, she was so into it when she was here.
Mm-hmm.
It really has hardened you, hasn't it, Mary, in a very short period of time.
Yeah, it has.
It's made you anti-Get Down.
Yeah.
Oh, Murray Saul is rolling over in his grave hearing you say that kind of stuff. Imagine if Bill was doing the Murray Saul length Get Downs.
Oh, boy.
You know, Murray Saul was doing 15-minute Get Downs. Yeah, that was back when nobody had to worry about ratings on the radio. You know, you do whatever the hell you want to do. Play a 19-minute psychedelic song and then go into a 15-minute Get Down. Guardians are back tonight, starting up against the San Diego Padres. They've announced, by the way, that tonight and tomorrow night's games are completely sold out. If you were hoping to get last-minute tickets for either tonight or tomorrow night, you're out of luck. And limited tickets for Sunday. They're almost sold out on Sunday. I think I know why. Fireworks. Doing fireworks.
Everybody loves fireworks.
Well, when I was a kid, fireworks weren't as pervasive as they are now. You had one chance a year to see fireworks, and it was on the 4th of July. It was a big, big deal. That's why people would pack everybody in the car and go downtown or along the lakefront or whatever, and these just sit in traffic and, way more travel time than you spend a lot more time in the car than you did watching fireworks. Now, you get fireworks all the time. Nothing wrong with it. Still fun. But it's not as novel as it used to be, fireworks. To wit, they're doing them tonight and tomorrow night at the Guardians game. It's also Free Shirt Friday tonight and Sugardale Dog Night.
Mm.
And tomorrow night is Bo Naylor Jersey Night.
Ooh.
Naylor?
I hardly even know her.
That's right. And they're doing fireworks again tomorrow night. And then Sunday is the kids' day where they run the bases. It's, okay, so let me throw this one at you, because this seems strange to me. Sunday, they also point out, is Slider's 34th birthday.
He's the same age as me.
Which means I didn't know that they were keeping track of Slider's birthday. I mean, what is there? I didn't realize that there was a day that they were like, this is when Slider was born.
Well, obviously there was.
What was the preceding mascot for the Indians?
There wasn't one.
There wasn't one.
No. Mascots are new.
Are they?
Yeah.
Huh.
Like having someone, because the Philly Fanatic kind of got the ball rolling.
San Diego Chicken.
Those were probably the 70s, early 80s. But there wasn't really anybody dressing in a big costume walking around at games until those two.
Okay.
That I know of. or at least that were as popular.
I mean, I'm a White Sox fan. The White Sox mascot is Southpaw. Now, I was a grown man by then. I mean, to your point, they didn't have a mascot until 20 years ago. So, was Slider one of the first mascots?
No.
34.
34. I mean, I pretty much always remember him because I was only 8 years old when he showed up. But yeah, he's an older one, but I think there's a lot more. Like Mr. Met, I think, has been around a while.
I will say I'd rather, when it comes to mascots, for instance, Southpaw, mascot of the White Sox.
Mm-hmm.
Now, it makes me feel good because I'm a left-hander. But he's a giant, furry, green creature of indeterminate origin.
Yeah.
I'd rather see that like all my friends and family are Cubs fans, and they have Clark the Cub. I get it. It's a bear. I'd rather see some freaked out man thing like Slider or Southpaw than like a guy in a chicken costume.
San Diego Chicken is thought to be the first costumed mascot.
Yeah.
1974.
I mean,
there was a lot of mascots that were actual animals before then, but moving to the costume was although.
But the San Diego Chicken was a legit celebrity in the 70s.
Yeah.
Like he would do like talk shows, not talk shows, but I mean, they'd bring him out on variety shows and things. Hey, it's a San Diego Chicken. And the guy in the costume, like, famously made a lot of money, I think. And it was a golden age. But okay, 34 years old, then that's impressive. Because a lot of other clubs, they haven't been around that long. Red Sox have Wally the Green Monster. That's pretty on the nose. The Minnesota Twins have TC Bear. But, you know, I'll show you a picture here. This is Southpaw. This is the mascot for my Chicago White Sox. And it's just, I don't know what the hell
sucks.
It's great.
It's terrible.
It's like Slider with a different color.
Wrong
it's
color.
The same thing.
That's what I'm saying. Slider, great.
What's Slider?
Thing.
Pink?
Yeah.
Southpaw is like neon lime green.
Yeah. Stupid.
He looks like a dumber Oscar the Grouch. Like if Oscar got out of the trash can.
As opposed to the genius that is Oscar the Grouch.
Oscar the Nepo baby.
Yeah.
Yes, this is employed Oscar. If Oscar the Grouch got his life together, he'd be Southpaw.
He'd be Southpaw. All right. Well, that's our mascot. Well, anyway, Sunday, happy 34th birthday to Slider. But tonight and tomorrow night's Guardians games are completely sold out. So have a good time.
Love to see it.
Yeah, it'll be a lot of fun. I was reading about Russell Westbrook before I move on here from sports. Russell Westbrook traded to the Jazz, and then they're going to deal him to the Nuggets.
You know, he's going to get cut by the Jazz, and then he's going to sign with the Nuggets.
Is he still going to be number 0?
Oh.
I mean, Russell Westbrook, by the way, has been with the Jazz a couple of times. I don't think he's ever played for them. Hasn't he been dealt to the Jazz on 2 or 3 separate occasions? I don't know if the
I think one other time. I don't know.
Jazz is like a way station for people.
Yeah.
He was a Jeopardy question last month, by the way. You know, I watch Jeopardy. And they had a girl, I think, from Fort Wayne, Indiana at that time. Have I ever mentioned Fort Wayne, Indiana?
Yeah, you have.
They have a thing out there called the Fox Island Nature Preserve.
Uh-huh. Do they?
And, but the girl who had been the champion, by the way, completely bricks the question on Russell Westbrook. And it's a photo question.
I wouldn't get it right.
But but Jeopardy is the only time that I feel like I know sports. Because the show, they whiff so hard on sports.
It's one of my favorite things when they do a sports category. I'm like, I know all this stuff. All these nerds they don't know anything about sports. I'm going to bully them. But then they do something like any literature stuff. I'm like, oh, never heard of it.
Well, but these were, I'll show it to you. These were...
Stein who?
These were video and photo questions.
Here's the last clue in 21st century sports. With Oklahoma City, this master of the triple-double became the first back-to-back MVP of the NBA All-Star Game since the 1950s. Adriana.
Who is Durant?
Sorry, no.
Dude,
was that Kevin Durant? Huh?
I would not. I would fail a sports picture round.
Oh, really? Seeing
Horribly.
the person would. Okay, and because if it was just a text question or the answer rather,
I wouldn't
with
get it
with
either
that
way.
stat, I wouldn't get that. But I know what Russell Westbrook looks like. But man, Jeopardy, you watch that and I go, God, I feel like a genius in sport. It's because it's a bunch of nerds. They could tell you who the ruler of the Merovingian dynasty was.
Merovingian,
but they know
obviously.
nothing about sports. I always feel bad on Jeopardy for the celebrity video clues that people don't get. This actress in 2004, and it's not somebody particularly obscure. It's somebody that you would know, and nobody gets it. I'm like, oh, God, imagine you're that person. You talk about an ego stab. Like, oh, hey, I heard you were a question on Jeopardy last night. Oh, yeah? Yeah, nobody got it. Oh. Womp womp. I got money here for you. It's $1,000, courtesy of the Buzzard bookie. You got 2 more after this to close out the week. So I hope you win. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Grand. That's grand. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
If you listen to us on iHeartRadio from out of state, I want to know where you are. We have about, we're up to about 804 bureau chiefs who are listening to the show from various parts around North America. Aaron listens in Nashville. Brad is in Franklin, Pennsylvania. Josh is up in Binghamton, New York. Brian and Kalen are in Charleston, South Carolina. Kalen. It's not a name you hear a lot of. And, of course, Rich down in Jacksonville. You can leave us messages.
Hey, Al. Nick from Boulder here. I wanted to thank you. I just got a vasectomy today. And, of course, I'm calling your show. But over the years, you've had Ryan Berglund on talking about vasectomies and how not big of a deal it is. And I just had another baby and didn't want to have any more, so figured I'd pull the trigger on a vasectomy early. So I'll be sitting on peas this weekend. So thank you.
Sitting on peas. Yeah, you're welcome. I can't take credit for that, obviously. Dr. Ryan Berglund.
He gave you credit.
Who is, I know I can't take credit for that.
Yes, you can.
Not really. I mean, I'm not the guy doing the vasectomy.
Right, but you're the one that brought vasectomies into his life.
You know what? You're right.
You're the
I did.
vasectomy.
I was too fertile, and that's what happened. Is I had to get a vasectomy.
Super sperm.
Yeah. No, Dr. Berglund will be back on the show. August the 9th will be his next appearance. And I know this because August the 9th would have been my parents' 55th anniversary. And it all ties in because if my dad had gotten a vasectomy, I wouldn't be here. And then who would that guy give credit to for Dr. Ryan Berglund? It would be the Mary Santora and Bill show.
Right.
Well, somebody else referred to you as, they're probably playing off of it now, but somebody wrote me an email about Mary Santora.
That's me.
Yeah.
Sanddoors over here.
Sandora. And I figured I'd contribute something to the Butt Chug song album.
I'm
Butt Chug
excited that this is a thing.
Butt Chug to Reykjavik is what this one is called. All right.
Bill Squire's on a plane, ticket to fame. World champion chugger, never feels shame. Reykjavik calls him city of ice. But Bill brings the fire, he's rolling the dice. But Chug to Reykjavik, he's gonna win it quick. But Chug to Reykjavik, Bill Squire's trick.
Why are you going to Iceland for this?
I don't know.
Around to see him
Where the championships are, apparently.
I guess so.
In the icy cold, Bill's butt stays warm. Heathens may mock him, but they're out of luck.
Heathens.
Squire's got the skill, a human beer truck. Chug to Reykjavik, he's gonna win it quick. But Chug to Reykjavik, Bill Squire's trick.
Wow, how about that? Well, I like that. That was better than the other ones.
Yeah.
It was pretty good. Sounded like an actual song.
I like it.
Why are you the guy doing the butt chug, though? There's
I don't know.
So much to unpack in that song. That's just
why are we going to Reykjavik? Why?
Yeah.
Squire's got the skill. A human beer truck.
The human beer truck.
Pretty good, yeah.
He's gonna win it quick. Butt chug to Reykjavik. Bill Squire's trick.
How about that? How about that?
Good job.
Yeah, that was
You
pretty
did it.
good. You did it. Butt chug to Reykjavik.
Butt chug to Reykjavik.
Thank you. That's from Jeremiah. Thank you, pal. And, he wants to talk about giving credit. So, yeah. Maybe, it's a real shame that we don't do polar blast punishments anymore. That phase of that event has passed. Because that probably would have been a good one.
Butt chug?
Right there on site doing it. Right? If you lose, you walk right over, you do a handstand.
Butt chug.
It's cold out, and you just get right in there and do it. All right.
I'm glad I don't have to do that.
Yeah.
I mean, you...
I would probably win, so I probably wouldn't have to.
Right.
I'm tired of you winning.
You're tired of him winning.
He won a lot.
No, I understand, but you won one,
I won one.
and I won one. You and I were tied.
And I only did it twice?
That's what I'm saying. Your percentage
No,
is
three times,
way
three
better.
times, 3 times.
Your percentage is way better than mine.
Yeah.
I only won one time. I mean, thank God I did. But you can't feel proud and supportive of him for that?
Nope. Not if it directly affects me. Next year when there's no punishments, then I can feel proud.
I see.
Fair enough.
Is Human Beer Truck going to be Bill's next album title? Stephen Canton wants to know. Inquiring minds among them.
It might be. I don't hate that at all. I actually kind of love it.
Human Beer Truck.
Human Beer Truck. I don't drink that much beer, but I feel like I could start. I don't know. I like beer.
The New York Mets mascot, Mr. Met, was introduced in 1964.
Okay.
Brutus Buckeye, Ohio State's mascot, introduced in 1965. The San Diego Chicken, 1974.
Okay.
Well, the San Diego Chicken is the only one I ever knew of when I was a kid because they just ran him around. Again, I don't know how he got the white hot spotlight on him, but that's what it was. A lot of those characters are made by the Jim Henson Company, somebody said.
Oh.
Slider, Philly Fanatic. They do look like giant Muppet Show cast-offs. Maybe that's why I like them. Maybe there's a nostalgic feel to it for me. Somebody texted me about coming back for my colonoscopy checkup, which I have next month. But I wasn't sure what the nature of that checkup was. And this person who works in that industry is telling me it's probably another scope. Well, then I guess I'll have to, hopefully they'll tell me that. I won't just walk in and they'll put an IV in me and put me in the hospital bed again. But, I'm not averse to another scope. Maybe it's Winter Fresh they'll put up there. Well, anyway, thank you. The Human Beer Truck thing there in Reykjavik. Why you're in Iceland, I don't know.
I've never been to Iceland.
You should go.
I've never been anywhere, dude.
You've been to you live in New York.
I mean, like, out of the country.
Oh.
I've been everywhere in the
You've
country.
never been out of the country? I'm sure we've gone over this before.
Dominican Republic.
That is out of the country.
But, like...
You mean over, like, Europe?
Yeah. And I was only there for, like, 4 days, and I got sick on the second day. So I, like, I was just in a hotel in a different place. I didn't get to do anything cool. I went to San Juan, but that's part of America, technically. Puerto Rico.
Yes, but it's
Canada.
physically out of the country.
I've been to Canada.
Yep. That's, again, physically out of the country.
But, no, I've never been to Europe or
You mean like
Asia
overseas?
I've never been overseas.
I see. Well, where do you want to go?
Italy, Australia, probably other places.
Italy and Australia.
Those are the two big ones, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Greece. I really want to go to Greece.
Yeah. All right, well.
Maybe Reykjavik.
You can do all those things.
I don't butt chug anymore. But
You
maybe
can't
Reykjavik.
anymore. You
You
can't.
can butt chug coffee or something.
Dude, I'll die.
You're going to need it for that Australian flight.
Decaf.
Butt chug decaf coffee.
Yeah, well, still hot.
Absolutely. Well, it's hot.
150 degrees, like that guy in the Econo Lodge.
And then you die, and then we sue.
Yeah, that'd be a $2 million butt chug we're talking about. Would you think of us for once, Mary?
I can't.
You could go over to Iceland and discover the fjords. You know, a lot of street and city signs with umlauts in them. That'd be fun. Iceland is one of those places we always say we're going to go to see the Aurora Borealis, and then wouldn't you know it, it came to Northeast Ohio.
Didn't even have to leave.
Saved me so much money. Renting out one of them glass yurts.
Domes.
Yeah.
I've looked into those, too.
Geodesic dome. All right, let me break here. If you want to join us on our Alan Cox Show cruise, Captain Fun's Floating Fandango, we're going back out August 24th. Got a bigger boat. In fact, you can buy tickets this time, too. But we're giving away a ton of them. So I'll have the next pair for you after this break. Want to text for anything else, 35192, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app. This is The Buzzard.
From the Bath Authority Studios.
The Buzzard.
The home of the Buzzard.
The Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland.
Time to give, stop away.
All right, you want to join us on the Good Time 3 for the 2024 Captain Fun's Floating Fandango, our show cruise. It's all presented to you by Circle K this year. We have a lot of prizes from them. Mattitude's going to spin. We're going to have a hell of a time. The afternoon of Saturday, August 24th. You can buy tickets. That's brand new this year, too. They're only $20. Go to WMMS.com. Limited number of those for sale, but those are going quickly. But a lot more opportunities for you to win. So you'll get my last pair this week. Want to join us next month for the cruise? Be caller 10-216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
They try to keep the fighting to a minimum, but only because the makeup sex would be awkward.
Well, I can never unsee that.
This is the Alan Cox Show, 100.7 WMMS.
I'll have more tickets for you next week. But if you go to WMMS.com and hit the contest page there, you will see the numerous ways that you can win tickets. If you're out and you see the, I'm going to be doing a couple of appearances at Circle K.
Mm-hmm.
I'll tell you about those in the coming weeks. Those are already up there on the site. And of course, you can buy them. People ask us every year. I think this is the 10th year or so that we've done it. Every year, people are like, can I buy them? And what happened was people would win them and then flip them and charge people exorbitant amounts of money to join us on the cruise. And so I'm like, well, I'd kind of like to nip that in the bud. So let's just sell them if they're that in demand. And they're only $20. Now, of course, I would never to tell you to do something that I wouldn't do myself. So I have purchased my own tickets. What are you laughing at?
You have not.
I have.
Mm-mm.
Yes.
Nope.
Showing solidarity with our customers. You guys didn't buy your tickets?
Mm-mm.
No.
Oh.
I don't plan on it.
All right. Well, I'll also have Guardians tickets for you next week. August 2nd, the Baltimore Orioles are going to be in town. It's Friday night. 4 packs for that. And a couple of metal shows, 2 hours to midnight. A metal show. You'll hear it tomorrow night. We are presenting Lamb of God and Mastodon, August 9th at Jacobs Pavilion. And we're also presenting The Ghost Inside. They're going to do the Agora on December the 11th. So if you're a metal fan, 2 big shows that I'll have tickets for next week. I was driving along the Shoreway this morning, and I saw them, what?
Driving along.
Driving along the Shoreway. Mm-hmm. And they were playing volleyball out there for them Pan American games. We were talking about this. I wasn't clear what those Pan American games were. But it's people over 30 from all around the world. And they were out there playing volleyball out at Wendy Park. And I'll tell you what, you know how slowly you have to go on the Shoreway there?
Yeah, it's annoying.
Well, there was a cop right behind me. So I just, I think it's 30 or 35 through there.
35, yeah.
So I click on the cruise control because I don't know what this dude's looking for. Mm-hmm. He's out there looking for teenage drug addicts or something. So I am just taking my time, and I look off to the left there, and I was like, oh, this would be fun to watch. So I put my car in park, and this guy flips out, turns the lights on, he's honking, he's whatever, screaming at me to pull over. His car's all around me honking. So I guess they're not volleyball fans. But it was fun to watch. Beautiful day out there this morning. Not too hot, not too cold. And I think they've probably already finished. I think the finals for this were when we were coming on the air today. But they have a men's 55 and up team from Brazil. They're really good. So I don't know how many people have interest in seeing 55-year-old Brazilian men play volleyball on the beach. But this is why this is a big deal here in Cleveland. First time the Pan American Games have been in Cleveland, and furthermore, the first time they've ever been in the United States. And this is why. Because I go, look, we got a lot of volleyball teams here. Do you guys have any, I don't know, beaches? And of course, City of Cleveland said, yes, we do, in fact. So please bring the Pan American Games here. I don't know where all the other events are. I know that they do a whole bunch of things. I don't know where the other events are. I just happened to stumble upon the volleyball championships down there today at Wendy Park. They've got archery. They've got badminton. So our friend Cody Brown would say. They've got curling. How do you feel about curling?
Pro.
You're pro curling.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I meant hair. This is not the ice thing.
Yeah, pro curling.
Yeah,
I do.
good. Disc golf.
Ooh.
Boy, you want to talk about you want to talk about people who are deadly serious about something. People who play disc golf.
I saw people using like golf, like the disc golf frisbees to break open a piñata. And it actually looked pretty fun.
Oh, throwing it at the piñata?
Yeah.
That feels like it would take forever.
It didn't take not long.
Yeah. I mean, I've seen
they
people
got it though because they were good though.
Okay.
They decapitated it basically.
They knew where the soft spots were.
Yeah.
I mean, you can see people
for the neck.
You can see people go after a piñata with the traditional bat, and it takes them forever.
Mm-hmm.
Pickleball. This is older, 30 and up. Orienteering, which I didn't even think was still a thing. That used to be back in the day. Orienteering is when they would like drop you in the forest.
Yeah, I got my orienteering merit badge.
Did you really? From Boy Scouts?
Yeah.
Yeah, they would just drop you with a compass and a map, right? You'd find your way out.
Yeah. Well, they teach you everything how to do it, and then,
I don't know if that's still what it is, but I didn't know that was still a thing.
I bought Brian a pickleball set on Amazon Prime Day.
But he's a young man.
He's going to be 38.
Pickleball feels more like the domain of 60 and up.
No, that's what I thought, and I was corrected that it is very, very popular amongst millennials.
I guess.
Well,
it is very popular. I don't get it, but it is very popular. Yes.
I mean, it's
a fun game.
Easier tennis.
Yeah.
It's ping pong standing up. Like that's really all it is.
Yeah. No, I know. It's loud.
It is loud. I don't know why it's got to be so loud.
Well, it's plastic, right?
Carbon filament paddles.
Yeah, right. Well, I guess I don't know. To me, it feels like marketing. Feels like marketing because it's been around since the 60s. Why all of a sudden, over the past couple of years, have people got giant diamond hard boners for pickleball? I don't understand that.
Social media, maybe?
Well, that's what I mean. Like, it feels like marketing and social media. And I mean, to the point where, like, there were towns that wanted to convert tennis courts to pickleball.
They are.
And the people who live in those towns go, no, because it's so goddamn loud.
They put pickleball up at the park right by where we live in Berea. That's how Brian accidentally started playing with his friend. Like, we went to go hang out with them. Their kid was having a t-ball game. So it's just at the end of our street. We go up there and we're hanging out. And then they're like, hey, we brought out pickleball stuff. You want to play? And then him and his friend played for like a half hour. And Brian was like, that was awesome. Like, I had so much fun. I was like, well, I'll buy an Amazon Prime Day pickleball set.
Wow.
You go play whenever you want.
Now, what does that consist of? He's got to find a court, doesn't he? I mean,
there's a court. Do you listen when I talk?
Yes, but
there's a court at
then
the
what's
park
the
at the
set?
end of our street.
What's the set then?
2 paddles and 4 balls and a little carrier bag.
Oh, that's considered a set.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. I thought you meant like you got to bring the net and you got to bring the thing and the.
No, because it has to be done on like hard
right.
floor. You can't do it on the grass.
Yeah. No, that's what I mean. I thought it was. So they also do this Pan American thing. They also do table tennis. Do you think there's animosity between the table tennis people and the pickleball people?
Probably.
Because the table tennis people are going to go, yeah, we're not standing on the table. That's an old Carlin joke, right? Ping pong is tennis standing on the table. And that's what pickleball is. Now.
No, tennis is ping pong standing on the table.
Tennis is ping pong standing on the table.
Yeah.
Now, to be fair, I've never played pickleball. So I can't speak to it directly. But I've seen people play it, and I'm still uncertain as to the allure.
Did you enjoy tennis?
No.
Then you're not going to enjoy pickleball.
Hmm.
Do you enjoy ping pong?
We had a ping pong table growing up. I played a lot of ping pong.
Not what I asked. Do you enjoy it?
Well, I played a lot of it, so I must.
Then you might. I mean,
We didn't have video games growing up, so we played a lot of ping pong. It was as if we were Mormon.
Well, Mormons have video games.
You probably played ping pong too, didn't you?
Yeah, I play ping pong and video games. I mean,
See, Mormons had more than I had.
people think we're Amish.
Are you?
Well,
No.
you can't drink caffeine. I mean, there's shades of difference there. I know you're not Amish.
That's very different than being able to use electricity and
I
stuff.
mean, you can't. You're against electricity for your body. That's all caffeine is. You can use electricity for machines, just not for your body, because as we know, that's a temple of the Lord. Lord. Alan, there's pickleball all over Lakewood. Tons of Gen Z. You know, I understand it. I mean, they're going to hop on whatever's happening at the moment and then move on to the next whatever. But what do you do after you've converted all of your tennis courts to pickleball? And then people go, I kind of miss playing tennis.
And build more tennis courts.
I guess so. Sell more pickleball sets. Like Mary bought.
They're not cheap, dude.
Well, that's probably due to the popularity, right? They're like, so many people want these.
The cheap ones are like $30 is like cheap. And then they go up to like hundreds of dollars.
So
Which
you
is
just
wild.
You just went by price? You were like, I'll just get you one to
by ratings.
get you in the door? Okay.
Yeah, like I think it was like $40 or $50, probably closer to 50. And then that's how I go on Amazon, is I'm like, what has the highest, like the biggest number of 5-star ratings?
See, I feel like you can't even trust those anymore because people are buying reviews.
It had like 30,000 ratings, and it was
Yeah.
like 4.8.
All right.
So I was like, okay, that sounds good. It's not
And it's
$100.
And it's not a life decision either.
No.
So yeah. Alan, tell Mary to stay out of Australia. The spiders are as big as your effing
Dude,
head.
I've seen videos online that make you itch. Have you ever seen those videos?
Yeah, like the size of both of your hands.
When they're like, they're just on the wall.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, dude, I don't know about that. Like that is the one thing that would keep me, is like the wildlife.
Right.
Spiders, scorpions, snakes. Like,
Because that's
so
what
many
most
things
of the
can-
country is.
So many things can kill you there.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of things can kill you there. Hey, Drunk Sue.
Hey, baby.
Sue, have you ever been to Australia?
You know, it's the one place I just haven't got a chance to go to.
She's like, as a noted globetrotter, I just haven't made it yet. Well, I mean, Sue used to live in California for a long time, and, you know, I don't know every place
Well,
she's
yeah.
been, so I thought maybe there was a chance you had been to Australia.
Yeah, I could hop on a kangaroo and hop along over there. But,
Yeah, I
you
don't
know,
think they take
hey,
kindly to that. I don't know that that they like you hopping on the kangaroos.
Well, you know what? They're just going to have to deal with it because I'm drunk soon. I say,
Wow.
if I want to ride hop on this kangaroo, I'm going to.
She's over there where they asking them about Four Loko. They just slide her a Foster's oil can.
I know, right? Anyways,
yeah.
I wanted to tell you about the games I like to play.
Yeah.
My parents used to give us yard darts and told us to go outside and don't come back in till it's dark.
So they're just trying to get you out of their sight.
Well, yeah, but these are like weapons, man.
Oh, I know. I mean, that's what's so funny about, you know, when people have the firearm conversation about how it's practically unregulated anymore. Metal lawn darts have been illegal for 50 years, you know?
Oh, my God.
Toys
really?
are regulated more than firearms in this country.
Holy cow.
Did you ever get one in the eye, Sue?
No, but I got somebody else with the eyeball. It went through a turtle, and it went through the other turtle.
Sue, do you have your radio up?
I can turn it down.
How long has Sue been calling us?
Oh,
Like Radio 101 is
I
like,
know,
oh,
I
hey,
gotta
radio
be-
down.
I gotta be told. I have to be told.
No, you don't. You're a
repeatedly.
grown-ass woman, Sue. I don't have to tell you. What did you just say to me? I should have known it. I'm Drunk Sue. I'm going to do whatever I goddamn well please. I didn't think I had to tell you to turn your radio
there
down.
you go.
Yeah. All right.
So anyways, this lawn dart went through a couple of turtle eyes, and one was blind in the left eye, and the other one was blind in the right eye. And it was kind of cool because they always had perfect vision because we would take them to the optometrist every year, and they would get a pair of glasses, and one would fit the left eye and one would fit the right eye. And I had,
You got big plans for the weekend,
pretty cool.
Sue?
You know what? I don't, actually.
All right. Well, it's a short conversation then.
No.
Okay, well, have fun, and, don't do anything I wouldn't do.
Well, that kind of leaves the world whole wide.
Yeah, sure. Okay, thank you. There's Drunk Sue. She is, I don't know what she's doing, but she's going to look good doing it, right? Al and I run the Stark County YMCA, and pickleball is serious AF. We have time scheduled for pickleballers in our tennis courts. There are damn near riots over the times set for pickleball events. We've even poured concrete pads just for pickleball. All right. It just feels very fatty to me. It feels like something people are going to do for a while, and then all these places will have converted things to pickleball, and then all at once people are going to go, I don't know. Alan, I'm 27, and I love pickleball. It's so fun and a great workout. All right. Well, maybe we should do the Alan Cox Show Pickleball Championship.
Oh, yeah.
We should do a pickleball tournament.
Let's do it.
Let's do it.
Right? We used to do foot golf.
Yeah.
Don't do that anymore. We would bowl occasionally. We did Insane in the Lanes. We did Cocks and Balls. We should do the pickleball thing.
But it's only a 2-player thing.
Well,
So
you
it
and
would
Bill.
just be... No.
It could be Pickle Bill.
I'm saying
It could be the Mary Santora and Bill Pickleball Challenge.
it would only be 3 listeners that would get to do it with us.
Why? We have teams. Not just us.
Well, that's what I was asking.
Yeah.
If it was like us and a listener on the team, or if it's like a whole tournament style.
Tournament style.
No, because then people are going to be really good and enter with their regular partner. Listen, Alan, you yell at me all the time for not asking enough questions. And I'm trying to help make this event
wasn't a question.
worth it. I'm trying to help make the event worth it. And I'm just getting the ball rolling.
I know. Devil's advocate. I appreciate it. I do.
Asking you what we
Taking
could
the wind
do.
out of my sails, sis.
I'm not taking a wind out of your sails. I'm just asking you logistics, brother.
Al and the city of Stowe took out their skate park and replaced it with a pickleball course. Can the boomers let the kids have one thing? One thing. Take out the skate park. Sorry, kids. We know this is something you really enjoy doing. We know that's something that is exponentially requires more skill than pickleball. It's something you can come together and enjoy collectively. Sure, maybe there's a shattered ankle here and there. Maybe there's a traumatic brain injury when you land wrong. Take out the skate park and replace it with pickleball.
I mean, if it wasn't getting used.
You think the city of Stowe, the kids there in Kent and Stowe aren't using the skate park? We got a friggin' skate park in Bay Village. It's nuts to butts over there.
You got one in Lakewood, and it's very busy.
Yeah. Well, sorry, kids. I don't know what to tell you.
Hey there, Alan. It's Dell from Lakewood. Just wanted to check in. Just bought my tickets for the Captain Fandango Fun Cruise, whatever. And was wondering if anyone else, including the people on the show, are going to go straight to King Giz at Jacobs Pavilion after.
Oh, I want to, man. That's our cruise. My son might come in for that because he's a huge fan. You guys into King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard?
No.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna probably just go back to my place and kind of like last year.
She doesn't
you wanna
even
come?
wait for you to explain.
Oh, you're gonna go to a concert? That's stupid. I have a pool.
You want to come to the pool?
I could put a speaker by my pool. Then it's a concert at the pool.
Well, if you play some King Giz, it's fine.
Mary, do you want to come to the pool?
No, I don't want to go to your pool.
Why not?
Wow.
It'll be fun.
Stop telling me what's fun.
You love pools.
I do love pools.
He just doesn't want to be in yours.
You really does resist it. I've invited her many times.
No, the
Well,
last
she
time
does
invited
live
me,
in
I had
Queens.
Brian's daughter. It was just me and Blake hanging out for the day. Like, hey, come swim. I'm like, I'm not gonna do all that.
So after the cruise, you're going to go home and get in the pool.
Yeah, just like last year.
Wow. All right. See, I like to go out and party after the cruise.
Oh, we partied.
A bunch of it. Well, but
we can't party.
I'm saying we stay out. We like, shut down the flats, whatever it is. And when you shut down the flats, boy, you're home and in bed by 10 o'clock. They really
wait a
know how to
minute, though.
rage over there in the flats. What?
That guy, we're not taking off from Nautica.
I know. We are right. We're taking off from the Rock Hall.
Yeah, the Rock Hall.
All right. Well, then we'll party at the Great Lakes Science Center. What do you want from me?
That I'm into. I will do that.
We'll
Put my
figure it
hands
out.
On the little electricity machine, have my hair stand up. I'll do that.
There you go. Well, then we'll Uber over to the flats or something. These guys are from Australia. King Giz. Most of their stuff, they did like one straight-on metal album a few years ago, but the rest of it, they sound like the Grateful Dead. But they're very versatile, and they are doing This probably sold out. They're doing Jacob's Pavilion the same night as the cruise. So initially, before we switched boats, I was like, oh, I'll just get off the boat and go over see KG there. But I don't know that's going to happen. But we'll see. But thank you for the call, sir. King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard. We've played them on 2 Hours to Midnight. They're awesome. They probably got songs about giant spiders, Mary.
No, thank you.
Big giant size of both hands. All right, I got Mammoth WVH tickets. I'll hand those off for you. Wolfie Van Halen and his band are doing a show opening for the Foo Fighters in Cincinnati, but the night before is coming Wednesday. They're going to be out at MGM Northfield Park. So I'll get you a couple for that. 4:30, next chance to grab a keyword, too. Listen for those. Each one of them is $1,000 courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app.
Or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
Our iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One.
Coming back to Las Vegas, September 20th and 21st. Streaming live only on Hulu.
Just added to the superstar lineup.
Dua Lipa and Halsey. Sharing the iHeart stage with Big Sean, Camila Cabello, Doja Cat, Gwen Stefani, Hozier, Keith Urban, New Kids on the Block, Paramore, Shabuzi, The Black Crowes, Thomas Rhett, Victoria Monet.
Our 2024 iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One.
Tickets are on sale now at AXS.com. That's AXS.com.
Summer is the time to let loose, turn up the tunes, and share sweet moments together. And M&M's are the perfect treat for any time. Chilling by the pool, jamming at the barbecue, road trip sing-alongs, and everywhere in between. So grab a pack from your local retailer and pass them around today.
From the Mr. Hero Waffle
All right, I want to go see Wolfgang Van Halen. Mammoth WVH is his band. They are on the Mammoth 2 tour, and they got a routing date that's going to bring them to Cleveland on Wednesday night. Thursday night, they're opening for the Foo Fighters with the Pretenders in Cincinnati, where the Reds play. Big venue. More intimate show here on Wednesday night. MGM Northfield Park. Ticketmaster.com will have all the info for you. Mammoth WVH on Wednesday night. Special guest Broken Love. They're good too. So caller 10, these are yours. Good luck. Get my last pair this week. 216-578-1007 for caller 10 or 800-348-1007.
Voice call received.
Put this on the air, dumbass. You think you know it all? You're just nothing but a piece of shit. Talk about dumb shit that you don't have a clue about.
Another satisfied customer of the Alan Cox Show.
I hate it. This show sucks.
On 100.7 WMMS.
I've got another $1,000 here for you. Your penultimate opportunity this week to win $1,000 here from the Buzzard Bookie.
Bless you.
I'm sorry?
Mary sneezed.
Oh, yeah, you all right?
Sneezed her headphones off almost.
I turned my mic off like at the very last second before it came out.
Well, I appreciate you doing that.
Yeah.
It flew off your head.
Yeah.
I was reading about some, down in Miami, some super rich real estate developer.
They don't have any of those down there.
In Miami? Well, fewer and fewer of them as the waters rise. But a guy named Sergio Pino, a wealthy South Florida real estate developer who killed himself as the feds were closing in because he spent the last 30 years trying to kill his wife. I mean, I guess he's not as good at planning a murder as he is as...
Is he a coyote married to a roadrunner?
Moving properties down there in South Florida. A high-powered real estate developer by the name of Sergio Pino there in Miami. The feds found out about multiple plots to kill his wife through fentanyl poisoning and hit and runs. Or is it hits and run, like attorneys general? Faked a bunch of armed robberies. Boy, this guy must have been rich because the woman stayed with him. His wife, Tatiana, that probably tells you something right there. FBI agents were closing in at his Coral Gables mansion. They were going to slap him with a solicitation for murder charge, and he killed himself before they could get him. Kind of a classic, you can't fire me, I quit situation. And now 9 other people are still to be charged in a variety of murder-for-hire plots to kill his wife. His wife filed for divorce 2 years ago, and he became enraged. So what do they mean 30 years? That's the part I don't get. Oh, I'm sorry. His wife of over 30 years. I bet he'd been spending 30 years trying to kill his wife. They had been married for over 30 years.
He's only been trying to kill her for 2.
Yeah.
Okay.
Kill her for 2. His wife filed for divorce, and he decided, not on my watch. Tried to poison her multiple times with fentanyl. Hired people to try to hit her with a car and kill her. He paid people to set her sister's car on fire. And with all that failed, he hired another group of people to kill her and make it look like an armed robbery gone wrong. She returned home a few weeks ago, Tatiana Pino, and sat in the driveway and tried to drive onto the property. And a guy came out of nowhere in a Dodge Ram pickup truck. And he had a gun, and he was wearing a beanie, and his face was covered. She must have had some indication that things were going on, though. But she stuck around up until 2 years ago. And she slammed on the gas and squeezed her car between the fence and a tree, and the truck was behind her. Kind of an Anton Yelchin situation, really. And she lays on her horn, trying to get people to come over, help or whatever. And a guy gets out of the truck and runs up and puts a gun in her face and grabbed his arm or something. The guy gets back in the truck and flees the scene. And they have camera footage of all of it. Why go to these lengths? I know these guys are like, she wants to divorce me. She's going to get half my money. And he was a rich guy. But if you're a rich guy, half of what you have is still more than most people have.
And better than going to jail.
Yeah. And killing yourself. I mean, this guy committed suicide. They got kids.
He could have just done that, saved himself all the trouble.
Oh, my God. I mean, I had to give up half when I got divorced. I didn't kill myself. I wanted to.
Aw.
No.
Oh.
But, yeah, this guy had a hell of a lot more money than I did. So the feds are on the case, and they start tracking license plates and stuff, and they link one of the guys to the husband. They were tracing the truck to one that had been stolen, blah, blah, blah. But this guy was offering big money. He's paying $150,000 to kill his wife. And another $150,000 to not mention him. He's like, make it look like an accident, which is what they were trying to do. And he wanted her dead so she couldn't come to their divorce proceedings. Like, that wouldn't be the most obvious thing ever. This guy's in a contentious divorce. Oh, no, my estranged wife was hit and killed by a big truck. What are the odds? And they also had the guy on tape. Him talking to the guys that he was hiring. They were telling each other to lay low. And they're trying to get rid of their call logs and all that stuff. But another guy tried to hit. So they tried the hit and run thing a couple times. And every time, so we would tell these guys, hey, we have a divorce hearing today. This is when she's going to get home, or this is when she's leaving, or whatever. And so one of these, she tries to leave their house, and a guy in a Home Depot truck, you know, the one that you rent?
Yeah.
He rented a Home Depot truck, probably under an assumed name, and rammed her car.
I think they ask you for an ID.
I'm sure they do. I mean, for the amount of money this guy's paying, he's not exactly getting the best and brightest. That's why people are so enthralled, by the way, and I'm among them. That's why people are so enthralled at, like, master criminal stories, because there's so few of them, you know? There's these documentaries about, like, the greatest art heist of all time. They still can't figure it out. We've watched a couple of these. You know, a guy who is, like, snuck into the Louvre, and they don't know how he did it.
Dude, just sneaking into the Louvre is hard.
Right.
Like,
getting into the Louvre is hard.
Right.
You stand there for a long time. So,
well, stealing some art, that's
not a lot of master criminals out there. Thomas Crown Affair, you know, there's fictionalized versions of it, too. She said in one of her depositions for this divorce that she'd been suffering from an unknown ailment for a while.
Probably poisoned her.
Yeah. They thought it was epilepsy. She went to, like, Johns Hopkins. She's talking to specialists. And they go, oh, you've got a lot of fentanyl in your system.
They're not going to believe her.
Well, yeah, they originally thought she was, like, using fentanyl. Where she's like, I don't know. That's not... So the guy killed himself, left the wife and the daughter behind, and his legal team. Guy's like, I don't have a living client anymore, so my statement might be a little toothless. Sergio Pino began Century Home Builders in 1995. He and his wife's net worth is around $153 million. So I guess he didn't want to give her half of that because... Mary, what's half of that? $5? I'm sorry?
$153 million?
Yeah, $75 million?
Yeah, 76.
He's like, how am I going to live on $76.5 million? I can't give this up to her.
Live like a poor.
Like a poor, yeah. Let me give you $1,000 here. It ain't no $153 million, but it's a start. If you're entrepreneurially minded, maybe. So good luck. Second to last chance to win this week from the Buzzard Bookie.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Money. That's money. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Before I move on from Florida, one of our bureau chiefs down there, I was thinking of Mary too, one of our bureau chiefs in Tampa who listens on iHeartRadio said, hey, this is happening right in my neighborhood. A dentist, a 60-year-old dentist who's a big Trump guy, had been sending death threats to Trump critics online.
Oh, boy.
And, you know, there's a few of them telling more than 40 victims online, we are going to kill you. A guy who's an Army veteran who became a dentist in Tampa. He sent 100 threats to 42 victims online, claiming anyone who criticized the great Donald Trump, I don't know who that is, he would rape, murder, and torture them.
Oh, my gosh.
Got a lot of time on his hands. Cannot wait to shoot your ghetto blank in the street. You will die like every other piece of shrimp. One of the victims, a reverend from Oregon, said people like this guy may make the threats, but Donald Trump inspires them to do so. So you got a thriving dental practice there. You know, although what do they say? And I don't know if it's I don't know if it's just one of those things that makes its way around or if it's actually true or not. But they always said that dentists had the highest suicide rate. You ever heard that?
Yeah, I heard it from
stat. It's probably made up. I don't know.
9 yards.
Yeah, is that what it was? And maybe it came from that movie, but because they were always inflicting pain on other people, and so it was difficult to be a dentist. But so yeah, this guy who was way into Trump, guy's a veteran, and he's looking at 20 years in jail. He's a dentist, and he would go after anybody who would criticize, in his words, the great Donald Trump. He would talk to journalists who wrote articles online. He would talk to, you, sir, are a degenerate piece of shrimp, he wrote to one person. I read your article about the great Donald Trump. You are gay. I can tell. F you. Hire extra security. You're going to need it. I will F you up just for the fun of it. The Reverend said he spent $5,000 on security cameras for his home. And this is a guy in Oregon. The Reverend, the dentist is in Tampa. The dentist told him he was an anti-Christian piece of shrimp and said, we are going to kill you.
That's, the way Jesus said too.
Just as the Lord intended.
Yeah.
And the Lord saith to his friends and followers, we are going to torture you first, then death. Yeah, so anyway, I'm always amazed at the free time people have. But it kind of really also puts the lie to this notion that if you're an accomplished person, that you have all your marbles. You think, well, he's a dentist or a doctor or, somebody's got to graduate last in their class.
Well, I don't think that.
You don't think what?
I don't think just because someone's a professional means that they're smart.
Clearly not. Mm-hmm. I'm just saying that there's
psychos everywhere, dude.
Yeah, no, I understand. But I mean, listen, if you go through medical school, and I know he did, and you go through dental school, I'm just talking about there are doctors, there are physicians who talk like this guy. There are lawyers and whatever. It's not easy going through medical school. It's not easy going through law school.
Those are two completely different
I'm just saying
parts of a person. Being good at school and being a smart person are two very different things.
Granted. Fair point. I'm just saying that it does take some intestinal fortitude, and it takes discipline and focus of the mind. And so I'm always amazed that those same people, it's like, you're so disciplined in so many other ways, but then you're on Facebook telling people you're going to kill them? Like, I don't get that. For another guy, it would be different if, this guy had been personally threatened. And, of course, it's always racist. It's always racist. a bunch of big black guys are going to get you in an alley. It's always racist. You can check all the boxes. And so this guy is looking at trouble too. But, okay, maybe I do give people too much credit.
I've been saying that literally all week.
I know you have. Maybe you're right. Maybe you're right. But it's ironic, though, because, the uncomfortable truth is that a lot of people like that want a dictator. And it's weird to me. I mean, A, it means you're ignorant of history because you're under this misguided perception that they're only going to go after the right people.
Let's pause right there. Yes. I feel like you should assume that everyone is ignorant of history.
No, that's not true.
I think less people in this country, if you were to ask, I mean, even on like the citizenship test, born American citizens cannot answer basic facts about any type of history.
I'm not talking about civics.
I'm saying any type of history.
Well, I'm not talking about civics. I'm not talking
about civics either.
I'm not talking about, well, you're talking about the citizenship test. That's civics.
Right, but there's basic history questions that have nothing to do with civics.
That's fine.
On that.
What I'm saying when I say ignorant of history, I mean pertaining to something like this. Pertaining to dictators.
No.
Yeah,
absolutely not.
They're not familiar with Hitler.
They are not familiar with
history. They know who he is. They don't know how he got into power.
I have a feeling. I'm not saying that. I have a feeling they know what he's famous for.
But they don't think that this is even anywhere near the same situation.
That's my point. I don't know why they don't think that.
Because they don't know history. That's what I'm trying to tell
you. That's what I said. They're ignorant of history.
But you're saying that's a surprising fact.
No, I didn't say it was surprising. I said if you want a dictator, you're ignorant of history.
And that should be,
That's exactly what I said. Because they think the wrong people will have their freedoms taken away. They think, well, I'll be fine. I'll be great. It's not unprecedented. These things have happened before. It's just strange to me. What's strange to me is the people who are really in the dictator camp. They're like, I'm an independent. No, you're not. That's the weird part. You're not. All these Trump followers. You can slap a come and get it sticker on your truck. You can get a 3%er tattoo on your calf.
I think there's something in
You can drink all the Black Rifle coffee you want. You want to be led. And that's a weird thing.
Well, that's
what those people are saying. I want to be led.
There's something freeing about it. Make my decisions for me and tell me what to do.
Well, that's where that's why there's the Venn diagram with religion comes in too, because religion provides easy answers. Right. I don't know. It's in this book.
I don't have to think about what to do. Just tell me what to do. Because as long as I agree with you. You know what I mean? They're already on his side.
Yeah.
So it's like, yeah, that sounds great. I like this guy. Let him make all the choices. Why should anybody else even get involved?
Yeah. Well, the guy's made great choices so far, so I could see that. He's really, really good choice maker. But anyway, the Tampa dentist who's probably going to go to jail because he's telling people that he's going to kill them and rape them, and so. But the whole point of me telling you that, Mary, find out if he's taking new patients.
Find a Tampa.
Well, no, he's got a suite. Maybe he's got something up there. He's got nice offices. You don't have to walk in the back. He doesn't wear sweatpants. There's a photo of him. He's not wearing sweatpants.
I doubt he takes her insurance.
He might not even take it. Oh, boy. All right, I got Bush tickets a little bit later on for you. We'll get to the Bill Squire Friday Get Down later in the program. You can text for anything, 35192. You can watch live at alancoxshow.com.
On 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free
Route 237, and in Avon, an accident, Route 83 between I-90 and Chester. In Broadview Heights, a fender bender, Wallings Road at Chestnut Boulevard. Jackie Roberts in the traffic center.
This report is sponsored by Levin Furniture and Mattress.
As the temperatures rise, cooling mattress prices fall at Levin. Get the guaranteed lowest prices on Tempur-Pedic Luxe Breeze mattress. And we'll deliver your Tempur-Pedic mattress next day or it's free at Levin Furniture and Levin Mattress.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Bath Authority Studios.
100.7 WMMS, Cleveland.
Our phone operators are standing by with their thumbs up their asses, waiting for you to call. So call.
Call the Alan Cox Show, 216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
It's all cold down along the beach. And the wind's whipping down the boardwalk. Hey, man! Hey, man! You guys know what time of year it is? What time? What? Oh, Christmas time. You guys all been good and practicing.
What's that?
You didn't know it was Christmas time? You had to ask people? What an
Clarence,
idiot.
You've been rehearsing real hard now.
Can't believe this is a breakout hit.
You know who this is, Mary?
This is Bob Seger.
This is not Bob Seger. Same initials.
Joel.
Nope.
Billy Steinway.
Same initials as Bob Seger.
This is Bruce Springsteen.
There you go.
Yes, correct. Bruce Springsteen. This is the song that made him famous. Mm-hmm. Nobody had heard of him before. He sat down and wrote, Santa Claus is coming to town. This is what, late 70s, maybe?
Yeah.
He had had a real hard time up until then, right? He had been putting out albums.
Languishing in obscurity.
Yeah, Asbury Park, New Jersey. Well, this and all the work he's done since, Bruce Springsteen is now a billionaire.
Oh, wow.
Imagine that. This song made him a billionaire.
He's probably selling out Madison Square Garden all the time.
Yeah, but he wouldn't have done that if he didn't do this song, Mary.
Oh.
That's right. So the rock and roll voice of the working class is now worth $1.1 billion, according to Forbes magazine, and they think that's a conservative estimate because, you know, you want to sell the Bruce Springsteen catalog. Holy cow. I mean, he might have done a little too early. He sold his catalog to Sony 2 or 3 years ago, and they paid him about $500 million. But then Brian May just sold the Queen catalog for twice that. I know they were a band. Springsteen, I think, set the record for the catalog from a single artist rather than a band.
I also think Queen has many more radio hits than
really? Than
Yeah.
Springsteen?
Yeah.
That's a bold statement. I mean, Queen songs get played. The same songs get played. I mean, Bohemian Rhapsody still gets played. But Springsteen's got a lot of
I'm
hit
not
songs
saying
on
he
there.
doesn't got a lot. They both have a ton. That's why they're making the money they're making. But Queen's got 10 songs that get played on the lake constantly.
Oh, the lake.
So, but like you think of that, and there's all these other various forms of that and used it commercially and in movies.
That's what
And
I think
Queen's
of
got, that's where they get a ton of revenue from.
We Are the Champions.
Yeah.
And all, yeah.
Yeah, that
I guess
arena
that's what I
rock
was.
stuff, yeah.
I always think of that as like when they sell these catalogs. They're such big ticket items because the companies are like, we're going to plaster this in every goddamn commercial for vertical integration and all that.
Yep.
Springsteen has sold 71 million albums in the U.S. and twice that worldwide. He's one of the best-selling artists of all time. 20 Grammys. He got a Tony for Springsteen on Broadway. Well, it must be nice to get a Tony Award. You're not acting. You're just doing a one-man show telling your stories. You get a Tony Award for it. But it would be wild to be, whether you're Mick Jagger or any one of these like legacy acts who have stood the test of time or are still around. It would be so surreal to look back on your life Because you started out like everyone else. You started out as a complete unknown. Fortunately for these guys like Springsteen, they got going at a time where like your record label would give you 2 or 3 albums to get your sea legs, right? Now, forget about it. Back then, like Springsteen wasn't selling records for the first 2 or 3 albums he put out. And the label's like, nah,
try a Christmas song.
we're gonna give you one more chance. And then he just blew up. But to look back on your life and go, God, I started just writing songs and performing them, and now, look at me now. I mean, when you've been famous for so long, like the smallest part of your entire life is when you weren't famous. To look back on that, Mick Jagger and those guys, you're like, wow, I've been famous for my entire adult life. That'd be wild. And the revenue and the staying power to show for it. But I would think that the royalties from Santa Claus Is Coming to Town alone would have put him over the top.
A lot of politics going to that.
So many politics. Yeah, well, congratulations for him. Hey, Dick.
Hey, what's up? I just wanted to tell you I have switched over. I
to
played
decaf
with the Beaver Creek Strummers last night, and we had people from your friends, you know, say from Beaver Creek, Cincinnati, Columbus. They had a theater there. It's a little small place. They play pool and stuff. But in the auditorium, guys, there was 75 people standing up. We went from 6:30 to 9 o'clock, and we still were playing. We hit every song, Folsom Prison Blues, Sweet Home Chicago. We did You've Got It. We did Tiny Bubbles.
You did You Got It by Roy Orbison?
Yeah, and we did the one song I love, Margaritaville. We did that.
Who originally did Margaritaville?
Jimmy Buffett.
Okay.
Yeah. Hey, you know, it just, the people just, I mean, I don't know. It just, we just,
okay.
we were rocked the house, and it just, you know.
I believe. Why do you sound surprised, Dick? You're not supposed to sound surprised. You're supposed to be puffing your chest out.
I know that the people would come from, you know, one guy came all the way from up north to see us.
Far and wide.
He didn't want to say he had to go. He was with his friend. He said, I'm a friend of Dick's. I hear him up there a lot. And he says he's he says a good fan of the Browns and Indians and Cavaliers. Well, Guardians, I should say Guardians, right?
Yeah. Sure. That's what they are now.
Yeah. And I just, let's see, what else? Coming up, we have a lot of performances. I think possibly we might be at the, they're trying to get a job booked for us at the Ohio State Fair. That would be nice. It's about an hour and a half, you know. Yeah.
I would think you guys would be doing a lot of state fairs, Dick.
Yeah, but the only thing is it's the money goes to the Beaver, you know, where we play. The money, we get quite a bit of, well, that went for the center, but when we play at the senior citizens, they had the money for the, you know, the older people there. They got like trips.
Yeah.
And they got, it's really neat, you know, and I want to say something right now. I better get tickets because I think the Guardians are going to go to the playoffs the way they're playing, buddy.
You think the Guardians are all the way to the World Series?
Yes.
Okay.
But the only nemesis, I hope they don't get the Yankees.
The only what?
The only nemesis, the only thing that is a thorn in their side is the Yankees.
Nimbus. What is a nimbus?
That is a. They told that in band. One of the guys that liked me, he said, "Dick, you're no nemesis," and he said that means, Dick, you're not a. He said a hellraiser.
I've never heard of a
that?
nimbus.
Nemesis, that means nemesis, or they were talking this stuff the other night, and one of the girls said, Dick, you're not a demon, or you're not a devil worshiper. I said, huh? What are you talking about? Oh, Dick, that's part of religion. I said, gee, where do we get these terms, you know?
Yeah, what are you talking about, Dick?
Well, I don't know. That's what they called me.
He doesn't know. All right. Thank you, Dick. I appreciate the call. Congratulations for all of your success.
Dick,
appreciate it.
D-I-C-K, Dick. D-I-C-K, Dick. Dick, 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 Dick.
Oh, boy. I mean, that was more... I hesitate to use the word unhinged because they've really just sucked every little bit of meaning out of the word unhinged.
Right.
But that was even more off the rails than Dick usually is. I couldn't follow. I try to follow. It might not sound like I do, but I really try to follow. Man, that guy, he's out there and...
Licky, 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 boom, boom, down. Licky, 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 boom, boom, down.
I like the work that other guy did on the Dick song. What else does he have on that album?
Fart face, fart face, fart face. Fart face, fart face, fart face, fart face.
Pretty good, too.
That's clever.
F-A-R-T, F-A-C-E, F-A-R-T, F-A-C-E. Fart face, fart face, fart face.
I'm glad that this guy zeroes in on his mental health.
Fart face, fart face, fart face.
Yep, it's a good one, too. A lot of hits.
Smelly butt. Smelly butt. Smelly butt. Smelly butt. Smelly butt. Smelly butt.
I'm trying to sense a pattern.
Smelly butt. Smelly butt. Smelly butt. Smelly butt. Smelly butt.
I mean, is Smelly Bud better than Fart Face?
They're both
Fart
pretty
Face
awesome.
is pretty good.
I think Smelly's funny.
Yeah,
Fart
Smelly
face,
is funny.
fart face, fart face.
Yeah, Mary didn't like farts, but she
Not
likes
as much as
smelly.
you guys do.
You mean as an adjective, smelly
As
is
in
pretty
the-
good.
yeah, the word.
Smelly.
Smelly is funny.
Smelly.
Kind of smelly.
It's like a kind of a juvenile insult, right? You don't.
Yeah.
When was the last time you used that as an adult?
It's all smelly.
It's
I
very
love it.
smelly in here.
Yeah.
Well, you would say it smells, right? You go,
Yeah.
what's going on in here? But smelly. There was Smelly Cat, famously
I say
back in the day.
Yeah.
I say stinky a lot.
You say it a lot.
Yeah, that's like if I'm referring to something that stinks. I wouldn't say
I
it
see.
smells. I would say it stinks. or
Right.
it's stinky.
We love Stinker on this show.
Boy,
Since someone's a
Stinker's good.
Stinker's
Yeah.
funny.
Right. Do you ever use the word malodorous?
No.
Don't. Why'd you respond? You should have let him hang there for minutes.
Why?
Because nobody's ever used that word.
I got to keep it going. Nobody's ever used what word?
Malodorous.
I actually don't want people. I think a lot of
No, I
people
don't. I'm not
Most
saying that.
people,
I
Bob,
didn't
I'd
say that.
You know, in my word of the day emails, it
I
said
asked
that
if you-
11% of people use malodorous.
I asked if you had ever used it.
No, you don't have to ask questions like that. I've never used your weird words. I've never seen your stupid movies.
I'm using the words that are out there. I'm not making them up. They're out there. You just got to grab at them. You never used the word fetid instead of stinky? Hello? Bill, you can hear me, right? I mean, I just want to make sure. Okay.
Giving you the dick treatment.
Yeah, seriously.
Pot him down, Bill.
Stinky. All
I
right.
need a reach and stick.
I think you have a little fun with words, Mary. You've never used effluvium?
You have words at your disposal. Why won't you use them?
I like how she makes fun of me for using interesting words. You'd walk into a room and you go, God, why is it so malodorous in here?
And they would say, because you walked in, get out.
Wow, okay.
You stink.
Yeah. So I'll take that as a no then.
That is a no.
Wow.
I think that's an across-the-board no. You could pull 100 people, and they'd all say no.
All right. Can I only poll the English department over at Case Western?
Pick any 100 people.
100 people.
You're not gonna win.
100 people survey said. Yeah, on the board.
The look Steve Harvey would give you.
That's right. He would point that push broom mustache at me and his eyes would get like saucers. So no malodorous, no fetid, no effluvium for Mary Santora. Wow. And you call yourself a performer. You call yourself someone who's out there every night trying to make magic with language to elicit an involuntary response from people.
Yes, but if they
laughter
don't
is always involuntary.
Yes, but you also, they have to, like Bill said, they have to understand what you're saying.
Nevertheless, you understood what I was saying?
Because of the context of the conversation.
But notice,
and if you gave them the
laughter.
if you gave them the context, they'd understand it too. You said, I walked into this room and God, it'd stink. I looked around and I couldn't, all the malodorousness in the world couldn't fix this place. How about reek? You like reek?
Reek's a good one.
Reek's good. Yeah.
Hey, Alan, this is some random jag-off from Pittsburgh. Just want to give a shout-out to Bill Squire and Mary Santora, good comedians, like what they do. Next time they're in town, random jag-off from Pittsburgh wants to buy each of them a sandwich. That's a guarantee. You just come up to any random jag-off in Pittsburgh and say, hey, are you some random jag-off Pittsburgh? And if they say, yeah, well, they should buy you a sandwich. Love the show. Love what y'all do. Take care, Jens.
All right, well, again, I don't know if that's, I don't know what that's going to be a travel strategy that you guys will employ, but okay. Next time you're there, make sure somebody buys you a sandwich. How about that? Bill's our Wendy's guy here, of course, does their commercials, famously. And what you'll hear people talk about, especially in the summertime, is how fantastic the French fry in the Frosty is.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of people love it, right? What's better than a cold, soggy French fry? Yum.
You don't leave it in there. You just dunk it and bite it.
Still making it cold and wet.
No, because it has enough. It stays crispy enough through the experience.
Oh, there's a structural
right.
integrity to it.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, anyway, Ore-Ida. You know, the people. This was a Jeopardy question last night, too. The Ore-Ida people who, you know, make your tots and your French fries and all that, they have dropped a fudge and vanilla French fry pop where it's made to taste like when you put your fry in the shake.
Mm.
So it's like one of those Haagen-Dazs bars or whatever on a stick, and it's ice cream. It's got the chocolate around it, but it's rolled in crispy potato bits. Gluten-free, Mary, dairy-free, and nut-free.
Whoa.
Which means when you eat it, no matter how good it tastes, you will not nut. They said we dipped it so you don't have to. These are in stores now. So find them. Maybe you don't want to do all the work of having French fries and the chocolate thing right there. They've done all the work for you. People love nothing more than convenience. They've taken out the middleman. See, somebody texted me odiferous. You never used odiferous?
Mm-mm. That's the guy from...
Harry Potter?
No, from Guar.
Yeah, Guar. I was like, that's the lead singer from
odorous
Guar.
Orungus. That's who you're thinking of. I mean, as a lifelong Guar fan, R.I.P. Odorous Orungus, by the way. Dave Brockie now, he's been dead for about 10 years. Okay, so there's another word Mary won't use. So if you're a word nerd and you're going to go see Mary Santora perform, I don't know what to tell you. I thought she was going to a bigger city. She'd be using bigger words.
She is not. She is
By
not.
By the way, I know that Dick I think he meant nemesis.
Yeah.
But I was trying to get him to, because at first I thought he meant menace, but then he said nemesis.
Menus.
And I'm like, menus to society. But then I'm like, I was trying to really drag it out of him. Except the definition he was giving me wasn't nemesis either. So, Alan, I've used malodorous, FYI.
You're a dork.
Well, okay, so there's one person out of 100 who's used it.
No, that would mean that our broadcast is only going out to 100 people.
I'm sorry?
Then you could say it's 1 out of 100.
I see. Well, that is 1 out of 100.
It's 1 out of millions.
No, you said
Hundreds
find
of millions.
You said find 100 people.
And you're finding more than 100 people.
I'm just saying that's one person who hit me up.
Right, but
Right.
it's 1 out of how many people do we reach?
No. I'm not saying that.
800,000?
I'm saying if I grabbed 100 people and that person was in the group, I would have 1 out of 100.
But the chances of that are that's one person of our entire listening audience.
He or she, I don't know, gave me an example. There's a malodorous miasma emanating forth from my mons pubis. Now, that's not really the way in which you want to use it. You don't want to have to consult a physician. Alan, I'm a clinical social worker. I work with mentally ill homeless people, and I've used malodorous in my notes quite often to describe my clients.
Because you can't write smelly because you're trying to be professional.
Yeah, that's not a very...
This smelly bitch came in today.
Found a stinky man
Yeah.
at the bus stop.
Miss Jenkins, could you come in here and we were going over some of your field notes, some of your clinic notes, and we were worried here, the line about the stinky bitch who came in. You know, a lot of these people aren't walking around with identification, so this would help us a lot. Well, okay. I sit corrected then, once more.
Stinky, smelly,
Mhm.
gross.
Yep.
Putrid? I'll give you a putrid.
Putrid's great. Not fetid?
Not fetid.
Fair enough. I've got Bush tickets for you after the break. They're doing their greatest hits tour. If you saw them last summer at Buzzard Fest, you know what they still bring to the stage. Gavin Rossdale's a full-on rock star, boy. So they got Jerry Cantrell and Candlebox with them. It's going to happen at Jacobs Pavilion mid-August. I got one more pair of tickets left. I will give you those when we get back. And then the last chance this week to grab some money. One more keyword coming up at 5:30 to grab $1,000 from the Buzzard Bookie.
It's the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free
importantly, I don't want you to feel alone. Listen to the Ceno Show on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search the Ceno Show and start listening.
It's time to give stuff away. Oh, it's time to give stuff away.
All right, you want to go see Bush, Gavin Rossdale, and who else is in Bush? The dude that he's been with Bush for a long time now. He used to be in 9 Inch Nails. The original Bush guys are long gone, but it's Gavin Rossdale. Oh, Chris Traynor. Chris Traynor has been in Bush now for like 25 years or something. I think he did some time with 9 Inch Nails. He used to be in a band called Orange 9mm, who were great. And he's with Bush, long time. Anyway, Bush, who were here last summer for Buzzard Fest, are back on the Greatest Hits Tour. It's called Loaded. Got Jerry Cantrell and Candlebox in the support slots there. Tuesday, August 13th. It happens at Jacobs Pavilion, axs.com. For the details, you get my last pair of tickets here. Caller 10, 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Are you trying to make us all uncomfortable?
Alan Cox.
It's gross, it's weird, it's not right, it's not cool.
And there's plenty more where that came from. Back to the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
You to remember a love so full it could send us always, and I want you to surrender all my feelings rose today, and I want you to remain the power of children can amaze. I'll try not to complain. I know that's a pisser, baby. Chemicals between us.
Pisser's a great word, too. That's not used enough in rock and roll. God, this song is friggin' 25 years old now, too.
Yeah, man.
Jesus Christ.
You're old.
I am.
The music we love is old.
Oof. Man. Science of Things, great record from Bush. If you had told me, that's another one of those bands, boy. Weezer. If you had told me Bush would still be around 30 years later and still doing good work, I would have never believed it. Because they really got lumped in at the time as grunge pretenders. And so, Stone Temple Pilots, after Nirvana, Pearl Jam, and Alice in Chains, those, there were a billion other bands that came along, but I remember when I was managing my Blockbuster Video, I had this girl that I would walk with her if we were leaving at the same time because she lived a little bit further past where my bus stop was. I was taking the bus. And she loved Bush. When 16 Stone came out, she would just go on and on and on about Bush. And I'm like, yeah, these guys will be around for a few years, and then that'll be it. But they grew on me. They hung out. Gavin Rossdale's a legit rock star. And they're still around. And he couldn't be nicer. That's the thing. He didn't have to be nice to anybody. But he was nice to the maid. That was the nanny. He was nice to the nanny, right? He banged the nanny, and that's why
nice.
Yeah, right.
Friendly.
Mm-hmm.
But, I mean, this is also a guy who, as a grown man, found out he had a grown child, right? He had a love child, found out he had a daughter who was like 30 years old. That's a wild thing to find out, too. Imagine, Mary, if you found out I guess you wouldn't find out yet.
That's not how that works for women.
It would be,
I like that he got that far.
He did. I did.
Mary.
For half a second, I was
Just
like,
think about it, Mayor.
I'm like, you know what? I'm going to bring Mary into this dumb scenario here. And look what happened. I screwed myself. No, but Gavin Rossdale, man, he's still in good shape. Friggin' guy's going to be 59 years old this Halloween, you know? Good for him. Good grief. And they broke up for a while. You know, Bush was not on, they were not doing stuff for a while. Because I remember the first time I met him was 20 years ago with his other band. He broke Bush up. They all hated each other after, you know, a few years, about a decade or so. He and the original guys all hated each other. And so they split up, and he formed a band called Institute and then did a solo thing. But Institute was great, but it sounded just like Bush. But he did a, you know, even if you're coming from a big band or a big act, when you start something new, you kind of go back to square one with respect to like promoting things. And so we had Institute play the cruise I used to do when I was on in Pittsburgh, and did meet and greets and everything with people, and he just couldn't have been nicer to people. And then, but they went away for a while, and then Bush reunites, and guy didn't even talk until he was in kindergarten. Imagine that. You're a little kid and you're like, I'm going to be a famous rock and roll star. Whatever he said, you know, sounded like when he was a kid. I assume that's what he sounded like when he was young.
Probably.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to be a famous rock and roll star. And like, you can't even talk, Gavin. That's my nephew's name. My sister's son. His name is Gavin. Named after
Gavin DeGraw.
Gavin DeGraw. Who is Gavin DeGraw?
It's that singer.
That guy.
I think he might have been on American
He's
Idol.
that singer. Hey, thanks.
He's
I think he might have been on American Idol.
Gavin DeGraw.
I don't even know. Just the only Gavin I can think of.
One really popular song about cherries. I'm pretty sure that's him.
I don't eat the pits
Oh
or
no,
cherries.
Chariot!
It's about cherries or...
It goes, oh, chariot. And I was like, oh no, it's about cherries. I was close. He also does...
I've never heard that song in
You
my
also
life.
probably, you might know I Don't Want to Be. That's the I Don't Want to Be Anything.
Oh, that one.
Oh, yeah, that guy. Oh,
Baby.
I
Yeah,
thought this was
guy.
his one hit.
Chariot was on the radio too.
Was it? Is
Not
is he a country artist?
No, he's like
Okay.
a pop artist.
Okay.
Not Over You is a fun
Oh,
one.
I remember this one.
Yeah.
Gavin DeGraw.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know where I pulled this name from. It just popped in.
Okay.
My stupid weird brain.
Oh, Chariot was from One Tree Hill.
Oh, okay, that's what I was like. I was famous from something.
Yeah. He's still doing stuff. Oh, good for him. Okay.
Not Over You, if I believe, is like a more upbeat one.
All right. So he's probably like on the Ribfest circuit or something now, right?
Probably. It looks like he hasn't done anything since 2016.
Oh, wow. All right. Well, this is a big song. Okay, well, I know that guy. He wrote a song. It was either about fruit or some kind of Roman Colosseum conveyance. I forget what it was.
I
but,
was close.
Yeah, you were close. You had 2 syllables.
I was like, sweet as a cherry. What was
Sweet as a
the
chariot, swing low, sweet chariot. I don't know what it was.
thing?
He was taking old plantation songs and giving them his own white guy twist. All right. Well, there's a lot of those like early aughts pop people, right, who had 1 or 2 hits.
Yeah.
And they probably, if they got used on a television show, they were able to make some money off of them. There was, on satellite, there's a channel that my daughter likes to listen to. And it's just a slew of one-hit wonders. So it's like, God, who was Randy Bachman's son? Tal Bachman had a song a long time ago. And Sean Mullins and Meredith Brooks. And literally all these people had one big hit. And Colby Calais. Remember Colby Calais?
Uh-huh.
Woof.
Bubbly? Is that her?
Bubbly.
Starts
Yeah.
in my toes and I crinkle my nose. Wherever it goes.
When I was on in St.
away.
Louis,
No.
when I was on in St. Louis, we went through a couple of format changes, but it started as like kind of a chick-centric alternative station. And so I'm like, how am I going to come out of Colby Calais? I had to figure it out. I had to figure out how to be me coming out of Colby Calais. Now, it was a tamped down version of me, obviously. But, yeah. Okay, so Gavin DeGraw, he was named after Gavin Rossdale, even though he's only about 8 years younger than Gavin Rossdale. I don't know how that works out. And he did a song about fruit. A chariot, sorry. Chariot. Here's money for you. It's $1,000. Last chance today and this week to grab a grand here from the Buzzard bookie. So I hope you win. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Bills. That's bills. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Speaking of my nephew, who will be, I think he'll be 14 this fall. My mom had my sister when my mom was 40. So my sister just turned 35.
Your mom have plans for any more kids?
Shut up, Bill.
Just ask the question.
I was 17 when my sister was born. I turned 18 that summer. And it didn't seem old to me because my mom, looked good. But in retrospect, that's old to have a kid.
Yeah.
We've talked about this.
Geriatric pregnancy.
If you're older than 34, it's considered a geriatric pregnancy, which even by today's standards is kind of nonsense, But because then I go and have one at 44, right? But
well, you didn't carry the baby, though.
Yeah.
What's that?
You didn't carry it.
No, I'm just talking about older parents, right? Yeah. My mom had been, listen, if my mom had had her way, I would have had 7 siblings. All my mom wanted to do was have kids. But there was a long period of time, fallow period for her and my dad. Anyway, she finally gets pregnant with my sister and had my sister when my mom was 40. I was watching this video that was going around Instagram of these Gen Z football players, freshmen probably mostly. And they were like, what birth year makes someone old? Did you see this?
No.
What year?
It's going to hurt my feelings.
It's going to hurt all of our feelings. What year?
Only if you care about being old. I don't give a crap.
I guess.
Yeah, but if someone looked at me and was like, you're old. I'm 34.
Well,
I'm not old.
No, it's less that and more like life only goes in one direction.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And,
down.
Well, the Reaper awaits us all. So they're asking dudes, what year does a person have to be born to be considered old?
Have to be born to be considered old.
Ooh, to be considered old, right now I'd probably say about 2003.
2003. And it tells you when they were born.
21.
This guy was born in 2006.
2002. It's pretty old.
I'll say
This guy's born in 2005.
2000.
Old before 1980.
Okay.
Oh, hey, we made it.
Probably
Oh, no, you're not.
1990.
These guys are all born in 05, 06, for God's sake.
19 in the 80s.
2004. For them to be old, anything 19 in the front. 1998, 1999.
Anything with 19 in the front. That's fair. Anything with 19 in the front. Oh, my God. The one guy goes, 2002? That makes you old? 22 years old. Well, everything's compressed now, right?
Right.
Everything is compressed. I was talking to my son.
Your old son.
Mm-hmm.
Compared to these people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's going to be 24 at Christmas. But I was talking to him at my daughter's birthday party a couple of weeks ago, and he's got this job. He's not even out of school yet. He's still got a semester to go of school, but he's already got a job. And he's going to be making a lot of money because he's working for cybersecurity for a company. And he was like, yeah, I really, really got to get on the ball. Because I was like, do they have 401k? He goes, yeah. He goes, I really got to get on the ball and start kicking into that because I'm already behind. I go, what do you mean? I'm like, you're 23 years old. And there's this sense, I guess, among some people who maybe are gainfully employed, and making a little bit of cheddar. They're like, if you're in your early 20s, you're all, I don't know where that comes from. They're like, you're already behind.
Yeah.
And I'm like, there are going to be a lot of friends of yours who don't even have jobs in what they're trying to do. So, like, I kind of get where you're coming from, but you're definitely not behind. Like, I didn't even have a 401k until I was in my 30s. So I think you'll be okay. But that's not an uncommon frame of mind, I guess, for people of that generation. We talked about the most lucrative degrees in college the other day, and the day after that, they put out the least lucrative degrees you can get.
Stand-up comedian, radio personality. What else? Whatever.
Those
we're
aren't
doing.
degrees.
Yeah, they are. You
Well,
don't have a degree in radio personality?
I didn't study this. I fell ass backwards into it. Just like you.
You didn't get your stand-up comedy degree? You idiot.
Hard knocks, baby. School of life. The worst paying college majors 5 years after graduation. Because the best ones, they were all either computers or medical field, right? Pharmacy was on that list. Computer engineer, obviously, which that surprises me because I feel like those are going to be the jobs most impacted by AI. You know, a few years ago, it was like, learn to code, learn to code, learn to code. And so there was a massive influx of people going into IT. But AI is going to be getting rid of a lot of that stuff once they really kind of tweak it. But the ones that I didn't see stand-up comedy on here, Mary.
Crazy.
5 years after graduation, the worst paying college majors. Performing arts.
Hey.
Literature.
Leisure and hospitality.
That's not real.
It is. Like people who want to manage hotels and things. Or who want to, like, you know, work at they want to manage hospitality things, you know.
Oceans.
You go to schools for that. Oceans. Yes, terrible. Well, there is one for miscellaneous biological science. And then they give you the average salary 5 years after graduation. It's like 38 grand. Probably a lot of people would like to make 38 grand.
I would.
Anthropology, nutrition sciences. Of course, if you're a big deal on social media and you're, you know, a trainer, you can make some money there. Fine arts. History. Well, anyway, not a stand-up comedy degree to be found.
Unreal.
So you got to feel good about that.
Well, I guess that's true.
Your potential is limitless.
I can make as much money as I want.
You're your own boss.
Well, why don't you make more then?
I'm trying, dude.
Make some more, Mary.
I'm trying.
Do better.
I'm trying so hard. Watch me try.
You're yawning. You're
I'm
not
not
trying.
yawning. You're yawning. I'm stretching.
Stretching her mouth.
Stretching my arms.
Hello?
Yes, hi.
Who's this?
It's Scott, Stripper Scott.
Oh, okay, my screen's blank, Scott. I'm sorry.
It's okay. My mind is blank at this point.
Yeah!
Yeah. No, I just heard you say that you were, in your 30s before you had a 401k?
Yeah, it didn't offer one. Yeah, I moved to the first company I worked for. It was an earlier iteration of this company. I moved to Pittsburgh when I was 28, and I wasn't able to start doing anything 401k wise until after I was 30.
Yeah. If it makes you feel any better,
if you've called to mock me, Scott, I'll hang up on you right now. I've gotten enough of it today from my own cohort.
No, I'm making you feel better by mocking myself. I just got 401k 2 years ago, and I'm 46, so 44.
Listen, man, better late than never. I mean, a lot of people don't have them at all. I mean, even this company, I don't think they kick in anymore. You know, a lot of companies are like, after COVID, we're not going to match any, you know, whatever. But a lot of people don't have it at all. But I was kind of surprised when my son was explaining to me that he considered himself behind. I was like, holy Christ, if I had a 401k at 23, you know, that would have been nice.
Well, I think I don't want to sound like I'm anti-education or anything, but going to college puts you in the whole six figures, like off the bat, I think. Just technically. I mean, does that sound like a fair statement?
No, I just rattled off a bunch of things that aren't even close to six figures. I mean, it took me a long time to start making that kind of money.
So I mean, going into college, you're in the hole six figures because you're taking out loans.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah.
They're never going to be able to pay back until you're in your 40s.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. Well, and Scott, people who have heard you for years now, they probably know enough about you to know that your finances weren't necessarily pointed toward investments of that kind, right?
Oh, I mean, yeah, but I mean, it wasn't offered. But if I would have put into it. I put in like the max amount now I can.
You would have taken all your lady money and put it toward a 401k.
No, not at all. I mean, let's be honest. I'm still an addict, and I still have to
That's
keep
what I'm
my
saying. He's an
addiction just
addict.
to function.
Yeah. He's addicted to poon, Bill.
Yeah.
Thank you, Scott.
Oh, naked women, strippers, Scott.
We got the
Give him a boner, stripper, Scott.
we got the Bill Squire Friday Get Down straight ahead. It all comes to you shortly. That's how we begin the weekend around these parts. So we'll do that in a bit. 35192. Want to send me a text for anything here in the break? You can listen anywhere you are on the iHeartRadio app.
Rover's Morning Glory.
This woman wants our advice. She writes,
1-800-348-1007.
Little Machine Head, Rob Flynn and the boys, they're doing Incarceration tonight. Our metal show, 2 hours to midnight, is tomorrow night, 10 o'clock till midnight. Me and Corey Roddick and Pat Butler. And we're doing all Incarceration bands this weekend. So if there's something you want to send to us, you got to request to htm@wmms.com. Week to week after the show, I always post our playlists as well. There's a 2 hours to midnight Facebook page, and I'll also post them at WMMS.com. If you are going to Incarceration this weekend, make sure you have that Incarceration app. It's hashtag not an ad, but it is really, really useful if you're out there because it tells you exactly when everybody's going to play and what stage. They have 3 or 4 stages. You find out who you want to see. They have a schedule thing you can put on there. Machine Head is set to go on about 8:35 tonight. Biohazard just wrapped up. And these stages start early, by the way. And I always felt bad for the bands that got, you drew the short straw. You're on first, like 11 in the morning on a Saturday. And the only people you've got are the people who camped there. I remember one year for Lollapalooza when I was out in Chicago and we were all doing stage announcements at Lollapalooza. This would have been 2006. And I had to bring, you know who Juliette Lewis is? Mm-hmm. The actress? Yeah. She's got a band called Juliette and the Licks. And they're real good. But for whatever reason, they went on first on one of the side stages on a Sunday morning. Juliette and the Licks are going on at 11:15. And I got to bring them on. And I'm out there trying to get 25 people riled up. And I just felt bad for them because I'm like, first off, they have the extra hook of having a famous person front the band. There's a lot of bands that are entirely faceless, and they're going on early. Juliette and the Licks, she didn't care. She and I were talking before we all went out there. She's like, this is what it is. It's like a side project to her. She's not living or dying by Juliette and the Licks. But they're real good. Hell of a live show. But Jesus. So my thought is always, hey, if you're there, go support the band because they need you. They need you. If they're on stage in the morning, it's before noon, right? I always thought that they should I always thought that it was a mistake of scheduling to not put the gothy bands on early because it's still cool out, theoretically. And they won't melt. Anytime you see one of these goth vampire-y type bands and they're on at 6 in the afternoon, it's 85 degrees.
They're melting.
That's rock and roll, boy.
Yep.
That is not a daytime band. You're supposed to see them inside at night. They have a diminished light show because it's mostly natural light. So the bands that go on early, I'm going to give you the first bands that are on tomorrow. A band we're playing tomorrow night, band called Nailed Shut M.A. They're really good. They're going on at 11:30. A Cleveland band called Kill Streak that we're going to play. They're good too. Sunday morning, they're going on at 11:45. So all weekend long, Incarceration is going on out in Mansfield. If you can't get there, you can listen to us tomorrow night because we're just playing Incarceration bands. But if you are going out there, do yourself a favor and grab that app. Because it's very, very useful. Alan, criminal justice has to be among one of the worst degrees. All of my former classmates who got that degree, none of them are making over $25 an hour. Well, that was another one, too, for a while. Every decade or so, there's like a big, popular degree to get. And I don't know if it's because it's easier to get, but you'll still have a degree. I don't know what it is. But boy, back in the day, criminal justice was one of those. Because it's such a broad category. I think there's a lot of people that were like, what do they chalk that up to for a while? Every time there's a really popular television show. Cooking schools saw their enrollment go through the roof because people were watching Top Chef. And they're like, I'm going to be a chef. Not realizing culinary school is extraordinarily expensive. And you're going to start out being a line cook somewhere. want to talk about debt. So I think when it's all over for me in showbiz, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to become a chef.
I don't know if food is your area of expertise, man.
Who better?
Not
Because I
you.
can take an objective view on it.
You can't.
Of course
you
I
won't
can.
cook anything with butter.
I'll cook anything. Because it's not for me. It's for everybody else. That's all this is. I don't care what it requires for me to put this together. I don't have to enjoy putting all this together. I need the audience to enjoy it. Doesn't matter if I enjoy it. I want them to enjoy it. So if I'm cooking, isn't that what every chef says? You know, you're creating something amazing for someone else. That's the point of it. I don't have to like it. They need to like it.
But you would have to taste it to make sure that it tastes right.
I'd give it to my Sue.
So you're going to be a
Give
head
it to my
chef who doesn't taste any of their own food.
No, not any. The stuff I want to taste. I bring my Sue over and go, how's this taste? Because I'm going to need...
He has different taste buds than you do.
What I'm going to need... You know, that's what surprised me, too. When I worked fine dining, or anybody who's worked in the service industry, but mostly fine dining because there's a higher degree of difficulty among the chefs. I was always amazed at how many chefs smoked. Because I would think that would ruin your palate. A lot of chefs.
Not ruin it.
Well, I would think you want to keep it refined. I mean, doesn't smoking like murder your taste buds or something?
And
everything tastes
your sense
like
of smell and everything. Yeah, I think so.
I was always surprised at that. I didn't either, but
like that's what they say about it. Yeah,
I think you'd want to keep that. I mean, I was half joking about the chef thing, but now I'm going to do it out of spite, Mary.
No, you won't.
Do it. Start today, then.
Most of my life has been out of spite. Today, I'm.
You won't start. Quit this job right now and let
Go be a chef.
Mary Santora and Bill Show take the lead.
I'm not done yet with all this.
Okay.
Enrollment in meteorology
you're not
degrees.
actually going to do it.
What's that?
You're not actually going to do it.
You don't know what I'm going to do. I don't know what I'm going to do. It looks like fun.
I know you're not going to do it.
Enrollment in meteorology degrees skyrocketed after Twister in 1996.
Well, it's going to happen again with Twisters in 2024.
Yeah, Twisters is out, right?
Yeah.
And people are liking it. They said it's super dumb, but in the most fun way.
Oh, is that what they're saying? Good.
Yeah, I think so.
Good.
Yeah.
I hope so, because that's kind of how the first one was.
Yeah.
The stupid, dumb
Helen
dumb
Hunt and the
movie.
late Bill Paxton.
Yeah.
Yeah. I like that Daisy Edgar Jones. I think she's underrated. She's cute. She's been in good movies.
I don't know who she is.
Did you see that movie Fresh?
No.
With Sebastian Stan?
I did.
Yeah, we're halfway through. You're like, oh, no, this isn't what I thought it was. She's the girl in that.
Okay, I recognize.
Yeah. She's in Twisters. I still got to figure out when I'm going to see Long Legs. Haven't seen that yet. Hey, Alex.
Hey, guys. Love you guys. Hate this show.
Thank you, sir. What's up?
So, not to change the subject or anything, but I couldn't call in earlier. You were talking about a little over an hour ago about how you're surprised that Trump supporters don't seem to know history.
Well, when it comes to people on that side who say, I'd really like a dictator, is what
Yeah. I'd like to second that and actually expand upon that, and might even help you understand the mindset. Now, to clear this, I am not a Trump supporter, so don't come at me with teeth bared.
Let me see your ear.
But people in the United States, like, here's the thing you have to understand. So many people, and I'm not even talking about Trump supporters anymore, just normal people are so politically and historically illiterate that they don't even understand the difference between right and left wing. I mean, like, do you know the difference between right and left wing?
Is that a rhetorical question?
Well, no. I'm wondering what you would say.
Well, what do you mean? I'm going to need you to be a bit more specific.
Just the basic difference, like in political terms, what does right and left wing mean? Because there is a very basic difference between the two.
Well, I always oversimplified it as people versus property, where your values lie. Yeah.
You got it, because pretty much it dates back to the French Revolution. After the king and queen were deposed, they had a provisional government, and the people that wanted to go back to a more monarchical system were seated to the right of the current president. People who wanted more of, like, who were for the revolution, wanted a more democratic system, the values of liberty, egalitarian, equality that, you know, the French Revolution, quote unquote, was about. They were on the left. That's the basic difference between right and left wing. Now, here's the thing. When you look at the American system today, compare it to even the European systems, the American system is inherently right wing. Even Democrats are inherently right wing. They may have certain left stances on social issues, but inherently almost everything here is right wing. So that's how you can get so many people that literally look at the right wing, which means I want somebody to rule over me, as Mary said, and they think that that means freedom.
Well, I think you nailed it, Alex. You just gave Mary the version of you gave her your version of me saying malodorous.
I've actually heard that word before too, actually. So.
Of course you have.
Of course you have. Of course you have.
Oh,
good for you. She's making fun of you because you pay attention, Alex. That's okay. Thank you, Alex. I appreciate it. Alex doing a deep dive there. Mary, your thoughts?
Perfect. Love it. Go vote.
Hey, by the way, we were talking about Bob Newhart dying yesterday.
Yeah.
And we're talking about the olds in Hollywood.
Mm-hmm.
And we mentioned that Clint Eastwood is 94 years old. His girlfriend died.
Oh.
She was 61.
Whoa.
Yeah.
That ain't old.
No. God, 33 years younger than you. Think about that. That's beautiful. He'd been with her a long time, by the way. Christina Sandera. No relation to Mary Sandera.
Nope.
Clint Eastwood's partner, dead at 61. Imagine you're 33 years older than your girlfriend and you outlive her. They've been together for a decade. They met when she worked as a restaurant hostess at a hotel he owned. Hey, who's that girl that you hired? Oh, that's Christina Sandera. No relationship to Mary Sandera. Oh. He's like Bruce Wayne. I think they'll listen to me. I just bought the hotel. They didn't give any information as to the cause of death. So that Clint Eastwood will grieve the loss privately. But he's 94. She was 61 years old, and she has passed away. I guess you kind of have to, there's a few personal compromises you're going to make. On the one hand, you know, they've been together for 10 years. So, okay, he's 94. She was 61. So how old were they when they got together? 10 years ago. So
I'm not helping you anymore.
Carry the 3. Okay, so he was 84 and she was 51. I think I got that right. He was 84 a decade ago, because he's 94 now, and she was 51 years old. And they got together. But she's like, well, hey, this is Clint Eastwood. Legendary actor, director. And why not? I'm a hostess in one of his hotels. I mean, he's got, like, he was an old dad, too. Like, Clint Eastwood has kids in their 20s. And
now he's single and he can marry one of their friends.
Oh, God.
And you'll think it's cool.
Well, it's like Jimmy Page. You know, Jimmy Page is 80-something, but he's dating a girl who's 34, and he has a daughter who's 52. So that would be a weird Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
You know? Hey, here's your new stepmom. She's 18 years younger than you are. I mean, you're not going to call her mom. You're a grown-ass woman. You're not going to call another person mom. But Clint Eastwood and his girlfriend, they hadn't been seen in public recently. You know, they, just like everybody else, during COVID, everybody was locked down, and then even after that, there weren't a lot of public appearances.
You know what I'm thinking?
What's that?
Maybe Clint Eastwood takes a trip to Chicago.
And?
Well, you have a single mom. Would you call Clint Eastwood dad?
No. Shut up, Bill. No. Well, hey, what the hell do I know? He meets my mom.
Yeah.
And my mom goes,
she's more age appropriate than the last one.
Yeah.
And then getting that will, he's got a lot of money.
Hi, honey. I just want to tell you something. I met someone.
Is he mafodorous or whatever?
Oh,
the
what?
word is?
What?
Your word that you used earlier.
Malodorous?
Yeah, that one.
Is he malodorous, Mom?
No, he's very sweet. He's famous.
What's his name?
Clint.
Clint who?
Clint Eastwood.
What? I'm screwing up. Can't keep him straight.
Yeah.
Hey. Well, here is Clint Eastwood's late girlfriend, one of her mugshots here. She was arrested for domestic battery for assaulting her ex-husband.
Is there any chance there was foul play here?
I don't think so. No, that was quite some time ago.
No, but like with this, like.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know. But that, of course, went through the National Enquirer some time ago, and, the ex called the police and said that he noted a strong odor.
Not the way that it usually stinks.
She was malodorous.
Malodorous
because of all of her alcohol consumption. No, if my mom came to me and said, "Hey, I met someone," and maybe she will at some point. The best information I have is that she has zero interest in any of that. My mother is 76 years old, right? She's married to my dad for 51 years. She's not looking at the next thing. She's got her dog. She's happy. And that's fine with me.
The dog park. Meet somebody there, I bet. That's where it happens.
She goes around the block. She doesn't go to the dog park.
Well, maybe she wants to switch things up.
And Clint Eastwood's living in California.
That's what I was saying. Like he was like, "Oh, I'm going to film a new movie in Chicago."
Yeah.
Oh. And runs into my mom.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
While she's walking her dog.
Well, listen. She goes, "Hey, I'm starting to see somebody. I've told your siblings. I haven't told you." "Oh, okay. Anybody
Eastwood.
I know?" "It's Clint Eastwood." "Mom."
That'd be neat.
"Come on. He's so much older than you." But that also means he's closer to dying.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'll say it right now. Clint Eastwood dies this year. Broken heart because of the girl, right?
Yeah.
There's still plenty of time left. I bet that Clint Eastwood does not ring in 2025. How do you like that?
All right.
Whoa.
You want to take one, Mary? Who's on your?
Man.
I mean, the olds are easy.
Yeah.
That one's easy.
We'll go olds. I think
Wild cards are the most interesting thing when people go, "I'm picking Pauly Shore." I mean,
Oh, I'd pick Andy Dick. But for my old, I'm going to go.
Andy Dick's been hanging out longer than anybody thought he would.
I know, right? Or isn't Artie Lang? That'd be a
Artie
good
Lang,
one.
too, boy. He pulled up right before he hit the mountain.
Yeah, I'm going to go with
One that I don't want to happen.
John Mayer.
David Attenborough.
Ooh.
Dude's 98.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Is he the guy that narrates the nature specials?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
He's the voice of nature.
How old is Michael Caine?
He's got to be 90-something, right?
I think he's like in his 70s.
Michael Caine is 91 years old.
I'm going to go Michael Caine.
Like, no, I love him.
I do too, but he's 91.
Yeah.
Eating all those meat pies.
Meat pies.
What's they eat over there in England?
Oh, God. All right. Let's do this. Well, we start the weekend around these parts with the Bill Squire Friday Get Down in honor of the late, great Murray Saul here at WMMS. Take it away, William.
It's Friday, and you got to get down on Friday. Get yourself a meat pie and some beer. But chug that beer and get the weekend going. But chugger, but chugger, but chugger. It's Friday!
Boy, meat pie really came out of the came out of nowhere.
Look at Mary's screen.
Now, do you put the camera on her? Oh, she's holding up a sign that says no. Well, she wants nothing to do with that. I'm here.
now.
I'm in here. I'm engaged with the live Friday Get Down. Not her.
For you. That sucks.
Wow.
Are you having a little trouble getting off the floor there?
She's down there yawning. She couldn't get herself back up there.
Take a desk nap.
All right. Well, go and do likewise, gents. There's your Friday Get Down. I brought to you by Bill Squire and no one else at this point. Just brought to you by him. And we'll take our last break here. You want to get the final word in, shoot me a text. You got to go, Mary Lynn?
Yeah, I'm out.
All right.
See you, bye.
Bye. 35192. Get a last-minute text in, and we will be back after these.
Show. On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
Our iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One.
Coming back to Las Vegas, September 20th and 21st. Streaming live only on Hulu.
Just add it to the Superstar line.